Chapter 480. You don't have to be sad. It can still be saved. Following a clear voice, true Lord Fire Dragon appeared out of thin air. He was wearing a 9-dragon robe. It was true Lord Fire Dragon. Yifan and Fire Snake were both shocked. SSS. Fire Snake lowered his head and bowed to true Lord Fire Dragon. Greetings, true Lord. Yifan saw true Lord Fire Dragon appear and immediately took off his white jade mask. He knelt down and bowed. All right. You can all rise, true Lord Fire Dragon said with a smile. Fire Snake straightened his body and lowered his head. Yifan stood up and respectfully stood to the side. They did not expect true Lord Fire Dragon to appear at this moment. You have done a good job, especially you. True Lord Fire Dragon smiled as he slowly walked to Yifan's side. He went straight to the point and said, "The heavens are benevolent. It's really commendable that you can use the expiation technique to replace the killing technique. This matter is in accordance with the heavenly Tao and the hearts of the people." True Lord, you are exaggerating. Yifan bowed to true Lord Fire Dragon and cupped his hands. I saw that the skeletal couple still had their humanity. That was why I guided them patiently. I first killed them and then gave them a new life. I made them repent and change their ways. This was because they still had their humanity. It was not the work of me alone. Rare. After hearing Yifan's words, Fire Dragon True Monarch said the word rare twice. The white-robed dragon was right. This young man did not care about fame and fortune. He was humble and polite. He was a rare talent. From what True Lord said, it can still be saved. Yifan looked at the female snake skeleton as he spoke to True Lord Fire Dragon. He had clearly heard what True Monarch Fire Dragon had said. That's right. True Lord Fire Dragon smiled and turned to the female snake skeleton. Although it has turned into a skeleton, it still has a chance of survival. True Lord Fire Dragon's words made Yifan and Fire Snake's eyes light up. Especially Fire Snake. Its huge snake eyes were sparkling. It was extremely surprised. SSS. Fire Snake hissed softly as it lowered its huge head respectfully behind true Lord Fire Dragon. It kept touching the ground with its head. It was begging true Lord Fire Dragon to save its beloved wife. True Lord Fire Dragon was a golden immortal from the upper realm. His cultivation base was profound, and his magic power was boundless. Saving the female snake was a piece of cake for him. You don't have to bow to me. If I could really help, Sienna wouldn't have suffered such a cruel fate. True Monarch Fire Dragon stroked the female snake's huge skull and said, "The one who saved it was not me, but him." True Lord Fire Dragon said as he turned around to look at Yifan. Fire Snake turned to look at Yifan with a shocked expression. Me? Yifan's shock was no less than Fire Snake's. True Lord Fire Dragon, you must be joking. How could I have such ability? Yifan said awkwardly. Didn't you tell it yourself that if it could find the rumored secret technique, it could bring its wife back to life? True Lord Fire Dragon came to Yifan and said with a smile. But, Yifan was speechless. He did tell the fire serpent that the secret technique could save the female serpent. However, that was just a white lie to give Fire Snake the confidence to live. Who knew if the secret technique recorded in the 9 cauldrons had a method of rebirth? Speaking of which, the female snake had been dead for more than 10 years. No one knew where its soul was. Perhaps it had already reincarnated. Even if it could recover its physical body, it would not be able to be reborn without a soul. You are right. The secret technique does have a method of rebirth and a method of rebirth. True Lord Fire Dragon saw through Yifan's thoughts and said with a smile, "As for Sienna's soul, I have already placed it in a safe place. The day you succeed will be the day Sienna is reborn." True Lord, are you telling the truth? Yifan did not expect the female snake's soul to be kept by True Lord Fire Dragon. He also did not expect that the words he said to Fire Snake were true. The ancient secret technique hidden in the 9 cauldrons could really rebirth bones and rebirth flesh. True Lord Fire Dragon smiled and nodded. Hiss! Fire Snake was shocked when it heard True Lord Fire Dragon's words. It quickly slithered in front of Yifan and kowtowed to Yifan. "Brother Snake, what you doing?" Fire Snake's kowtow left Yifan at a loss. Everything had happened too suddenly. Originally, he had only told a big lie to comfort Fire Snake. However, in the blink of an eye, that lie had become true. "Brother Snake, don't worry. If I learn the secret technique, I will definitely save Cien, and reunite you as husband and wife." Yifan said to Fire Snake, who was constantly kowtowing to him. "Stop kowtowing. I really can't take it." This. Fire Snake was overjoyed when it saw Yifan personally agree. Its huge eyes shone with excitement. 15 years. It had been 15 years since its beloved wife left it. In the few years after the death of the female snake, it had thought of ending its own life. There were even a few times when it sucked the dragon pearl on its head into its mouth, ready to crush it and end its life. However, when it saw the white bones of its beloved wife, it gave up on the idea of killing itself. It could not die. It had to live. It had to cultivate diligently. It had to ascend to the heavens and become a dragon. Only then would it have the ability to save its beloved wife. Only then would it be able to live with its beloved wife again. But then again, becoming a dragon and ascending to the heavens was easier said than done. Although it was one of the spiritual plants of heaven and earth, and was the descendant of true Lord Fire Dragon. So what? In the face of cultivation, all living beings were equal. You would not be given an easy way just because you were an immortal. True Lord Fire Dragon was a golden immortal from the upper realm. Although its cultivation was unfathomable, it was not allowed to interfere with the affairs of the mortal world because of the rules of heaven. If it wanted to return to the true path, it had to rely on itself. In the following 10 years, it began to cultivate diligently day and night, never slacking off. However, 15 years had passed. Other than the dragon pearl on its head becoming 3 inches bigger, there were no other changes. It was still a fire snake with no signs of transforming into a dragon. Fire Snake understood that although it worked hard to cultivate, it was still putting the cart before the horse. A cultivator's heart was the most important. A Taoist path was the path. This was the 14-word mantra that true Lord Fire Dragon told it when it ascended. However, it did not follow the mantra at all. It resented humans and did not care about the lives of the people. It was reluctant to let go of its feelings and only cared about improving its spiritual power. If it did not get rid of the resentment in its heart, no matter how much essence it absorbed from the sun and moon, no matter how pure the spiritual power of heaven and earth was, no matter how strong the dragon pearl on its head was, it would never be able to transform into a dragon and ascend to the heavens. At the end of the road, there was a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. Perhaps the heavens were moved by its persistence, or perhaps there was another savior in its beloved wife's life. Just as it was about to give up, Yifan appeared. Everything was as he said. The legendary ancient secret technique could really save Cien. Brother Snake, you should keep this inner core safe. It will be useful in the future when Cien's true body is restored. Yifan said as he gently pushed the inner core floating in his palm. Whoosh! The glowing red inner core slowly rose up and flew toward the fire snake. This time, the fire snake did not let its wife's inner core float above its forehead. It opened its mouth slightly and swallowed the inner core that was flying towards it. Yifan understood the fire snake's action very well. This inner core was related to the female snake's future rebirth. It was the safest thing for the fire snake to swallow it. Buzz! As the female snake's inner core was swallowed, the fire snake's body suddenly shone with a red light, and spiritual energy shot out in all directions. The desert within 300 meters of the fire snake was illuminated red. This inner core had been in Yifan's Qi Sea for a period of time. During this time, the inner core had been soaked by Yifan's pure spiritual energy, becoming full of essence and spiritual energy. The inner core and the dragon pearl, the two great spiritual pills, caused the fire snake's cultivation to double in an instant, and its spiritual energy to rise sharply. At this time, it already possessed 2,000 years of spiritual energy. The powerful spiritual pressure even made Yi Fan feel his blood and chi churn. True Monarch Fire Dragon smiled and calmly looked at the fire snake, who was covered in red light. Yi Fan saw the fire snake's spiritual energy rise sharply and smile brightly. With such powerful spiritual energy, the fire snake's transformation into a divine dragon was just around the corner. However, what happened next was something that Yi Fan would never have expected. Buzz, the fist-sized dragon pearl above the fire snake's head suddenly shone brightly, dazzling everyone's eyes. Whoosh! The resplendent red dragon pearl slowly left the fire snake's head and slowly floated towards Yi Fan. True Monarch Fire Dragon still maintained his smile, as if everything was within his expectations. Buzz, the colorful dragon pearl slowly stopped in front of Yi Fan. The red light illuminated Yi Fan's shocked and handsome face. He seemed to have guessed the fire snake's intention. "Brother Snake, you accept it." True Monarch Fire Dragon interrupted Yi Fan with a smile. "True Monarch, Brother Snake, you mustn't do this. You mustn't," Yi Fan anxiously said. He had guessed correctly. The fire snake wanted to give him its 1,000-year-old dragon pearl. This dragon pearl was condensed from the fire snake's 1,000-year-old spiritual energy. To the fire snake, it was more important than its own life. No matter what, he couldn't accept it. The fire snake hissed at Yi Fan and extended its huge head in front of Yi Fan. It gently held the dragon pearl in its mouth and placed it in Yi Fan's hand. "Brother Snake, this is Brother's treasured pearl. I mustn't accept it." Yi Fan held the dragon pearl in his hand and hurriedly said to the fire snake, "Hiss!" The fire snake hissed and withdrew its head. "Don't decline it anymore. Accept it," True Monarch Fire Dragon said as he slowly walked towards Yi Fan. "True Monarch, how can this disciple accept this treasure? Please take it back," Yi Fan said as he lowered his head and respectfully held the dragon pearl in front of True Monarch Fire Dragon with both hands. True Monarch Fire Dragon smiled and reached out his hand to take over the glowing and steaming dragon pearl from Yi Fan's hand. This dragon pearl is overbearing and filled with spiritual energy. It is a rare item in this world. True Monarch Fire Dragon looked at the dragon pearl in his hand and said to Yi Fan, "Since you have already promised to save Xian-Er's life, you should accept this item. Otherwise, it will feel bad. Since this disciple has already promised Brother Snake, I will do my best. If I accept this treasure, wouldn't this disciple be taking advantage of others?" Yi Fan hurriedly said to True Monarch Fire Dragon, "This item was given to you willingly. How can you say that it is taking advantage of others?" True Monarch Fire Dragon smiled. "After you obtain this treasured pearl, your cultivation will be like a tiger that has grown wings. It will be very useful for you to find the secret technique in the future. If you obtain the secret technique, Xian-Er will naturally be able to be reborn. In that case, giving this dragon pearl to you can be considered as it doing its part for Xian-Er. Don't you think so?" Yi Fan was speechless at True Monarch Fire Dragon's words. "Don't decline it. Accept the treasured pearl," True Monarch Fire Dragon said as he bent his fingers. The fist-sized dragon pearl was instantly compressed in True Monarch Fire Dragon's hand and turned into a walnut-sized fire-colored spirit pearl surrounded by a red glow. Chapter 481. True Lord. Before Yi Fan could finish his sentence, True Lord Fire Dragon had already sent the dazzling dragon pearl into his chest. Yi Fan could only feel a scorching and domineering spiritual energy entering his chest and into his energy reserve. Buzz. As the dragon pearl entered his body, Yi Fan's body glowed with a red light. Flames soared into the sky as his body involuntarily floated up into the air. At this moment, his white robe was fluttering without any wind. His silver hair was soaring into the sky. The aura he emitted was domineering and majestic, as though he was a god of war. Amidst the flames, Yi Fan closed his eyes and observed the movements in his energy reserve carefully. The scene of the female snake's core entering his energy reserve for the first time was still vivid in his mind. If not for his rich spiritual energy, his energy reserve would have been shattered by the raging fire core. The 1,000-year spiritual energy contained in the dragon pearl was far greater than the female snake's core. He had to be more careful. Otherwise, if the dragon pearl's spiritual energy went berserk, he would definitely die. However, when Yi Fan used his inner vision, the stone in his heart fell to the ground. Inside his energy reserve that was filled with spirit chi, the dragon pearl that was surrounded by a red glow and the cold chi inner core that was emitting a silver glow were both suspended within it. They slowly moved around each other and were not as incompatible as Yi Fan had imagined. They were both 1,000-year cores. Why did the female snake's core go berserk after entering his body, but the male snake's dragon pearl was so quiet after entering his body? The scene made Yi Fan feel a little puzzled. Although the female snake's core and the male snake's dragon pearl were different, they belonged to the same species. There shouldn't be such a big difference. Could it be? In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan suddenly understood the mystery. The problem lay with the female snake. The male snake's fiery dragon pearl and the ice core were both given to him willingly. Therefore, their spiritual energy was peaceful and quiet. On the other hand, the female snake's core was forcefully taken away by someone. Naturally, it will be filled with resentment and rage. So that's why Yi Fan was enlightened. Looking at Yi Fan, who was enveloped by a red light in midair, the true Lord of Fire Dragon, who was wearing a 9-dragon robe, smiled and nodded. The young man in front of him already had the cores of the fire snake and the ice snake. The fire spirit pearl had tyrannical firepower, and the cold ice pill was filled with cold air. With these two treasures, even if one didn't have spirit chi cultivation, one could still reach the realm of an expert. Not to mention, this young man had already cultivated the chi refinement chapter of the ancient secret manual, Xuantian Secrets, to the second layer, earth-shattering heaven. True Lord Fire Dragon had a feeling that eldritch reincarnated young man would be in the future. As for whether he was good or evil, immortal or a demon, it was all up. Whoosh! Yi Fan, who was wrapped in red light and surrounded by an auspicious aura, slowly descended from the sky and landed in front of true Monarch Fire Dragon. True Sovereign Brother Snake Eye, Yi Fan did not know what to say after receiving the secret treasure, the Dragon Pearl. Hiss! When the fire snake saw Yi Fan's body, it immediately let out a hiss and nodded at Yi Fan. To it, the Dragon Pearl was very important. However, compared to the life of its beloved wife, it was not worth mentioning. As long as it could save its wife, it was willing to pay any price, even if it had to sacrifice its own life. All right, I have finished my business here. It is time for me to return. True Lord Fire Dragon said to Yi Fan and the Fire Snake. Lord Fire Dragon, you are leaving? Yi Fan asked True Lord Fire Dragon. True Lord Fire Dragon, Snake nodded. Hiss! The Fire Snake let out a hiss and immediately slithered in front of True Lord Fire Dragon and lowered its head. After I leave, you must protect the people here and improve your cultivation. Do not repeat your old mistakes. Otherwise, I will not spare you, True Lord Fire Dragon said to the Fire Serpent who had his head lowered. Hiss! The Fire Snake nodded and hissed. Whoosh! After saying that, True Lord Fire Dragon Snake waved his sleeves and disappeared into thin air. A golden light appeared in the sky and gradually disappeared. Farewell, Lord Fire Dragon Snake. Yi Fan cupped his hands and bowed. After True Lord Fire Dragon Snake left, only Yi Fan and the Fire Snake were left in the desert. Lord Fire Snake, do you know where the Golden Bowl is? Yi Fan asked the Fire Snake again. Now that he had finished his business in Fire Dragon Town, he had to continue searching for the Divine Cauldron. He had asked the Fire Snake about the Golden Bowl. At that time, the Fire Snake's answer left him puzzled. This time, he changed the question and asked the Fire Snake if it knew the location of the Divine Cauldron. Hiss, hiss. The Fire Snake's answer was the same as before. It first hissed once, then twice. Lord Fire Snake, I don't understand what you mean. Yi Fan asked the Fire Snake with a puzzled expression. Hiss! The Fire Snake lowered its body and placed its huge head on the sand in front of Yifan. "Lord Fire Snake, do you want me to go up there?" Yifan asked the fire snake. "Hiss." The fire snake nodded and hissed. "This? All right." Yifan hesitated for a moment and then jumped onto the fire snake's head. It wasn't that he didn't trust the fire snake, but he didn't want to step on the fire snake's head. He had obtained the dragon orb, and it was too unreasonable to step on its head. However, if he didn't do this, he was afraid that the fire snake would misunderstand him. Helpless, he could only do as the fire snake said. After placing Yifan on its head again, the fire snake raised its huge head high and then slashed its long tail across the ground. Whoosh! Yellow sand burst out and filled the sky. The yellow sand burst out and buried the female snake skeleton not far away, piling up a huge sand dune on top of the white bones. Sha! 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 After the fire snake buried the female snake's skeleton, it began to quickly swim towards the distant desert. After half an incense stick's worth of time, the fire snake stopped in front of a sandy area. It stretched out its neck, and its head slowly fell to the ground. Yifan, who was standing on top of its head, understood and immediately jumped down. "Lord Fire Snake, where is this?" After Yifan's feet landed on the ground, he looked around and asked the fire snake. Compared with the other irregular sandy areas, the sandy area in front of him was extremely flat. There wasn't even a small sand dune within a radius of several tens of feet. It looked extremely out of place. Hiss! The fire snake's eyes stared at the open space in front of it and hissed. Yifan frowned and slowly walked towards the sandy area. It was obvious that there was something strange about this place. Otherwise, the fire snake wouldn't have brought him here. Yifan crouched down and extended his hand towards the sandy area, preparing to grab a handful of yellow sand to examine it. According to common sense, there shouldn't be such a flat sandy area in the desert, especially when the surrounding hills were undulating. Who would have thought that his hand would be blocked by an invisible barrier before he could even touch the sand? Whoosh! A golden light appeared where Yifan's hand came into contact with, and then a huge force suddenly surged out from the invisible barrier. Whoosh! Yifan's hand was quick, and he instantly withdrew his hand. Whoosh! The golden light disappeared. It was a barrier. The scene in front of Yifan immediately surprised and delighted him. Since there was such a domineering barrier here, then the divine cauldron had to be within this barrier. The reason why this sandy area was so flat was because the powerful barrier of the divine cauldron had prevented the wind and sand from wreaking havoc. The heavens didn't disappoint those who worked hard. He had finally found the specific location of the divine cauldron. Yifan stood up and turned around to look at Fire Snake with a smile on his face. He finally understood why Fire Snake had answered his question like that. The reason was actually very simple, because Fire Snake couldn't be sure what was inside the barrier, so it could only answer in that way. "Brother Snake, thank you." Yifan turned around and said to Fire Snake, "Hiss." Fire Snake hissed and nodded. Although it didn't know whether the golden bowl that Yifan was looking for was inside the barrier, it vaguely guessed that the thing inside the barrier was closely related to the secret technique that Yifan was looking for. "Brother Snake, to tell you the truth, there isn't just one golden bowl, but 9. Only by finding all 9 golden bowls can you obtain the secret technique," Yifan said as he came to Fire Snake's side. "Now that I've found the golden bowl in this desert, I should leave and look for the other golden bowls in other places." It had been a few days since he came to Fire Dragon Town, which had exceeded his budget. He had to return to the East China Sea as soon as possible. After all the information about the 9 cauldrons was there. Hiss! When Fire Snake heard that Yifan was going to leave, it immediately lowered its head and moved closer to Yifan, its eyes full of reluctance. Yifan had blocked a palm for it, fought side by side with it to protect Fire Dragon Town, and personally promised to come back to save his wife, Sienna, after obtaining the secret technique. For thousands of years, it was the first time it had seen such a loyal and righteous person like him. Although it had spent less than a day with Yifan, it had already developed a deep friendship. "On this trip to the desert, you and I become friends after fighting. Yifan gently patted Fire Snake's huge head and said with a smile, I stabbed you with a sword and took away your Dragon Ball. You won't hold a grudge against me, will you? The thing that Yifan couldn't stand the most in his life was parting. Seeing that Fire Snake was reluctant to part with him, he joked with Fire Snake. Hiss! Fire Snake touched Yifan's palm with its head and hissed in a low voice. Don't worry, after obtaining the secret technique, I will come as soon as possible to save your Sienna and let you and your wife be reunited, Yifan said as he stroked Fire Snake's head. At that time, I will return the Dragon Ball to you and let you return to the righteous path and transform into a dragon. Hiss! Fire Snake's eyes flashed with tears. Ever since it had obtained the Dragon Ball, many people had dreamed of obtaining this treasure. They had even traveled thousands of miles to this desert to find it, with the intention of killing it and taking away the Dragon Ball. But Yifan was an exception. When it had given him the Dragon Ball, he had tactfully refused. After obtaining the Dragon Ball, he had promised to return it in the future. There were not many people in the world who were so principled and trustworthy. Seeing Fire Snake's eyes filled with tears, Yifan's mood was also not good. Fire Snake's experience was similar to his own, so he had already developed a sense of empathy for Fire Snake. Well, old friend, I should go. Take care of yourself and wait patiently for my good news, Yifan said as he put the white jade mask back on, reached out and patted Fire Snake, and then used the cloud riding technique. Whoosh! Yifan flicked his sleeves, and clouds suddenly appeared under his feet. A large group of auspicious clouds slowly lifted him up into the sky. Hiss! Fire Snake looked up at Yifan, who was rising higher and higher, and hissed loudly. Chapter 482. 3rd of May. Maoshan Ancestral Court. Early in the morning. In an elegant and quiet courtyard, Lu Yuanshan, who was wearing a gold-threaded Taoist robe, was sitting cross-legged under a sturdy pine tree in the courtyard. His eyes were closed, and he was meditating. 9 feet behind him, the Savage Corpse King, dressed in an apricot-yellow Taoist robe, held a tray and stood there quietly. There was tea, towels, and everything else on the tray. He was now Lu Yuanshan's eldest disciple, Dao Xian. He was no longer the Savage Corpse King. Looking at Lu Yuanshan, who was so close to him, Dao Xian, who was holding the tray, narrowed his eyes. He wished he could swallow this treacherous and despicable person. If he hadn't lost half of his 1,000-year corpse core to Lu Yuanshan, he would have sucked his flesh and soul dry. The Savage Corpse King couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. He was the king of a country, but now he was Lu Yuanshan's servant. He wanted to attack Lu Yuanshan from behind, but he knew that he would only be humiliating himself. His cultivation was not as high as Lu Yuanshan's, and he had the Maoshan golden talisman in his body. Lu Yuanshan had the Maoshan Taoist techniques and the soul-shattering palm that Lu Ji taught him. He also had half of his 1,000-year corpse core. He was no match for Lu Yuanshan. The only thing he could do now was to compromise and gather his strength. He would find a chance to remove the golden talisman in his body and take back his inner core. He would then tear this Lu Yuanshan into pieces and devour his soul. Dao Xian, Lu Yuanshan, who was sitting on the cushion with his eyes closed, said softly, "Yes, master," Dao Xian replied. He lowered his head when he heard Lu Yuanshan call him. He had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. What he needed to do now was to make Lu Yuanshan lower his guard against him. "Did you kill those people in the Li village last night?" Lu Yuanshan asked calmly. His disciples reported that 4 villagers had gone missing in the Li village. They were all young adults. Other than a few drops of blood on the ground, they were nowhere to be found. The villagers were worried about evil spirits, so they came to the Maoshan mountain early in the morning to ask Dao Xian to go down the mountain. Lu Yuanshan didn't even need to guess to know what was going on. This was the ancestral court of Maoshan. Which evil being would have the guts to commit murder on Maoshan territory? Other than the Savage Corpse King, who else could it be? Yes, Dao Xian answered Lu Yuanshan. I did it. There was no need for him to lie about it, because Lu Yuanshan had promised him that he would drink blood and eat meat regularly. I don't care if you're looking for food, but don't look for it in the territory of Mao Mountain. Lu Yuanshan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. If the other elders see you, I won't be able to help you. Yes, this disciple will remember, Dao Xian replied respectfully as he stared at Lu Yuanshan with a pair of venomous eyes. This is Mao Mountain, a place of tranquility for Taoism, not your barren land. Lu Yuanshan continued. If you want to live, you have to follow the rules here. Remember, you're not allowed to go anywhere within 300 miles of Mao Mountain. Do you understand? This disciple obeys. Dao Xian suppressed the anger in his heart and answered respectfully. This Lu Yuanshan was extremely shameless. How dare he say that this was a place of tranquility for Taoism? Knock, knock, knock. Just as Dao Xian was gnashing his teeth in anger, there was a knock on the door. Sect Master, there are guests outside the mountain gate. They say that they're old friends of Sect Master Lu Ji. It was the voice of a young Taoist priest. Old friends? Lu Yuanshan opened his eyes and asked, what old friends? I asked, but they refused to say, the young Taoist priest answered. How many of them? Are they men or women? Lu Yuanshan continued asking. 2 people, a man and a woman. They look like Dongying people, the young Taoist priest answered. Dongying people? Lu Yuanshan was confused. As far as he knew, most of his father's friends were either monks or Taoists. He had never heard of any old friends from Dongying. Sect Master, should I chase them away? The young Taoist priest asked. The current Sect Master of Mao Mountain was Lu Yuanshan, not Lu Ji. The young Taoist priest tried to figure out Lu Yuanshan's thoughts and asked. No need. Tell them to wait for me in the side hall. I will be there in a while. Remember, serve me well and don't neglect me. Lu Yuanshan thought for a moment and said to the Taoist priest outside the door. Yes, Sect Master, the young Taoist priest said and turned to leave. Dongying people? Lu Yuanshan frowned. Could it be that the 2 people who came were Matsumoto Takayoshi's people? Lu Yuanshan was shocked. If that was the case, things would be difficult. Last time, he led the Sect Masters to set up the 1,000 Ghost Formation at the Sisui River to search for the Divine Cauldron. Halfway through, people from the 10,000 Immortal Tower suddenly appeared, causing him to fail to find the cauldron. Although this matter was not his fault, it still ended in failure. He had heard of Matsumoto Takayoshi's rules. Once a mission failed, they would be severely punished. If the 2 Dongying people outside were really Matsumoto Takayoshi's people, they were most likely here to denounce him. Thinking of this, Lu Yuanshan's expression immediately became serious. He had heard from Xuanji that Matsumoto Takayoshi had many experts under him. Each of them had a high cultivation base and were unfathomable, especially the green and white envoys. They were so strong that no one could match them. Come with me to meet them later. Lu Yuanshan stood up from the futon and said to Dao Xian behind him. Although his current cultivation base was not what it used to be, the 2 of them were, after all, the top experts of Dongying. He had to be careful. After thinking about it, he decided to bring Dao Xian along. Dao Xian was transformed from a 1,000-year-old corpse king. He had copper skin and iron bones, and his murderous aura was invulnerable. Although he had lost half of his corpse core, he was still a top expert. Once they started fighting, they would be able to lend him a helping hand. When Dao Xian heard Lu Yuanshan's words, an imperceptible smile appeared on his face. He had already guessed Lu Yuanshan's intention. From Lu Yuanshan's expression, he could tell that the 2 Dongying people outside the door were friends or foes. However, one thing was for sure. The 2 of them were definitely the best of the best. Otherwise, Lu Yuanshan would not have asked him to come along. The reason why he did so was so that he could help them when they fought. Yes, sect leader. Dao Xian lowered his head and replied. Here's my chance. Dao Xian, who appeared respectful on the surface, was secretly delighted. He had searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. Since Lu Yuanshan wanted him to help him, he would use this rare opportunity to kill him. You're vicious, but I'm more vicious than you. You're ruthless, but I'm more ruthless than you. Once they fought, he would join forces with the other party to kill this despicable person and take back his corpse core. As long as his corpse core returned to his body, he would regain his 1,000 years of cultivation. No one would be able to restrain him anymore. He had thought it through. He would kill Lu Yuanshan first, then the two experts who came. After that, he would transform into Lu Yuanshan and take charge of Mao Mountain. At that time, he would be able to sit back and relax. When he thought of Lu Yuanshan being crushed by him and taking charge of Mao Mountain, Dao Xian, who was bowing to Lu Yuanshan, smiled. At that moment, Lu Yuanshan was guessing the other party's purpose with a solemn expression. He did not expect that the real opponent was actually right beside him. After a while, Lu Yuanshan, who was wearing a golden silk robe, brought Dao Xian to the side hall. Lu Yuanshan suddenly stopped on the bluestone steps less than 10 feet away from the side hall. He frowned and looked up at the side hall. The aura coming from the side hall made him feel slightly uneasy. There were two auras, one yin and one yang. The one emitting the yin aura was obviously a woman, and a woman with high cultivation. The one emitting the yang aura was even more complicated. That aura was steady and domineering, and the yang aura was extremely strong. It was something that he had never felt before. Lu Yuanshan, who was well-versed in Taoist arts, had a vague feeling that the expert inside was not human. Since he took charge of the Maoshan sect, as the sect leader, he had seen many demons and monsters with frightening auras and powerful strength. However, that was the first time he saw such a majestic and domineering aura. Just the spiritual pressure emanating from it was already so powerful. The strength of the expert inside could be imagined. It seemed that the person who came this time was not friendly, and he had to be careful. At that thought, Lu Yuanshan turned around and looked at Dao Xian, who was standing behind him. Dao Xian's expression was solemn. His relaxed expression was gone. It was obvious that he had also felt that domineering aura. No wonder Lu Yuanshan was so careful. The expert inside was indeed not ordinary. Dao Xian thought to himself. With his 1,000 years of experience, Dao Xian vaguely guessed the identity of the expert in the side hall. It was very simple. There was no one else who could emit such a domineering and majestic aura other than a true dragon. He was the millennial undead king. While he did not belong to the same sect as Hamba, they were of a similar race. He was sharp enough to sense the stench of seawater from the aura emanating from the expert inside. That majestic aura coupled with the stench of seawater. What else could it be other than a dragon? Let's go in, Lu Yuanshan said as he slowly walked toward the side hall. If it was a blessing, it would not be a curse. If it was a curse, it would be unavoidable. He wanted to see just who that expert was. At that moment, Lu Yuanshan had one hand in front of him and the other hand behind his back. He looked rather imposing. Yes, Sectmaster Dao Xian, who was behind him, responded while secretly cursing Lu Yuanshan for being a sly old fox. Lu Yuanshan's movements looked dashing and dignified on the surface, but in reality, they were both offensive and defensive, with murderous intent hidden. His hand in front of him was slightly clenched into a fist. The golden light in his sleeves flickered faintly, appearing and disappearing. The hand behind his back was clenched into a fist. Black aura was hidden in it and lingered. To Dao Xian, these two moves were simply the most familiar. The one with the golden light was the Maoshan's lost art, the soul-shattering palm. The one with the black aura was the yin energy that Lu Yuanshan had obtained from him. The two were yin and yang, one in front and one behind. They could be used to attack and defend. It could be said that they were both offensive and defensive. Chapter 483. As soon as the wooden door opened, Lu Yuanshan, who was wearing a golden Taoist robe, saw the two visitors sitting on the armchairs in the room. Just as the young Taoist had said, the two of them were a man and a woman, both dressed in Japanese attire. The woman was wearing a gorgeous red kimono, and her hair was tied up in a black Japanese bun. Her face was rosy, and her skin was smooth. She held a red flower saber in her hand. She was as beautiful as a celestial being. The man wore a pure white kimono with white cotton socks and wooden clogs. He had a handsome face with sharp edges and looked like Buffon. On the wooden table beside him, a black saber that was more than 4 feet long lay there quietly. The saber was as black as ink, simple and unadorned. Immeasurable heavenly lord, Lu Yuanshan said to the two as he walked slowly into the room. I'm the Maoshan sect leader, Lu Yuanshan. May I know why the two of you are here? Dao Xian stood quietly beside Lu Yuanshan, carefully observing the two masters in front of him. Everything was as he had guessed. The man in the white kimono was not an ordinary person. He was the reincarnation of the Black Dragon. Seeing the Maoshan sect leader, the white-robed man and the red-clothed woman who were drinking tea immediately stood up from their armchairs. I'm Yagyu Ryanosuk. I'm a close friend of sect leader Lu Ji. I'm here to visit an old friend. The white-robed man nodded slightly to Lu Yuanshan and said, My name is Yamada Keiko. Nice to meet you. Yamada Keiko bowed to Lu Yuanshan. Yagyu Ryanosuk? Yamada Keiko? Lu Yuanshan had never heard Xuanji mention these two names. It seemed that these two people were not sent by Matsumoto Takeyoshi to denounce him. Otherwise, they would not be so polite. Thinking of this, the stone in Lu Yuanshan's heart dropped. So, you're my father's old friend. Sorry for the disrespect. Lu Yuanshan said politely as he dispersed the spiritual power in his hand. Please have a seat. The three of them took their seats. Dao Xian, give the order to prepare vegetarian food and wine. I'll hold a welcoming dinner for these two distinguished guests, Lu Yuanshan said to Dao Xian who was standing beside him. Since the other party was a friend and not an enemy, Lu Yuanshan was in a good mood. Yes, headmaster, Dao Xian answered and turned to leave. After turning around, Dao Xian looked displeased. It could be seen that these two people were not here to find trouble with Lu Yuanshan at all. In this way, the originally meticulously planned plan instantly went up in smoke. It seemed that he could only look for another opportunity. Dao Xian thought to himself as he walked out of the side hall. Sectmaster Lu is too courteous. When Brother Lu and I first met, you weren't even 3 years old, Long Jijia said to Lu Yuanshan. Time really flies. In a flash, several decades have passed. Right, where is Brother Lu? Why didn't he come? Don't tell me he went wandering again? Long Jijia asked as he picked up the fragrant tea and gently scraped the tea with the lid. Lu Yuanshan was stunned. Lu Ji had been dead for so many years, yet this Long Jijia actually had no idea. However, after thinking about it carefully, this was not impossible. Dongying was thousands of miles away from here, separated by the vast sea. It was not strange that Yagyu Long Jijia did not receive the news of Lu Ji's sudden death. Sigh. Lu Yuanshan sighed and said, Mr. Long, you may not know this, but my father suddenly died more than 10 years ago. He is no longer in this world. What? Lu Yuanshan's words stunned Long Jijia, who was about to taste the tea. The teacup in his hand froze in the air. You mean Brother Lu? Long Jijia seemed to be unable to believe his ears. Lu Yuanshan closed his eyes and nodded heavily. Brother Lu's cultivation is profound, and his Taoist techniques are exquisite. How could he suddenly die? Long Jijia frowned and asked Lu Yuanshan anxiously. My father was killed by someone. Lu Yuanshan opened his eyes and said through gritted teeth. Who? Long Jijia immediately asked when he heard that Lu Ji was killed by someone. Who killed Brother Lu? The traitor of Mao Mountain more than 10 years ago, the current head of Swimming Hall, Chui Zi. When Lu Yuanshan said word by word, Chui Ziwen. Long Jijia's face was filled with disbelief. Brother Lu's prided eldest disciple, Chui Ziwen? Yes. Lu Yuanshan looked at Long Jijia. Impossible. Long Jijia said as he slowly shook his head. Brother Lu raised him single-handedly and treated him as his own. How could Chui Ziwen do such a heartless thing? Back then, Chui Ziwen coveted the position of head of Mao Mountain. On the surface, he listened to my father's words and tried to please him. However, behind his back, he secretly tried to win over people's hearts. He could not wait for my father to die, Lu Yuanshan said hatefully. Back then, my father did not listen to the elder's advice and insisted on passing the position of head to him. Unexpectedly, The night before the ceremony, Chui Ziwen came to my father's room in a drunken stupor. He mocked and ridiculed my father and spoke rudely. When my father saw his wild ambition, he immediately retracted his order and did not allow him to be the head of Mao Mountain. When Chui Ziwen saw that his plan was exposed, he killed my father. Brother Lu's cultivation was far above Chui Ziwen's. How could he have lost him? Long Jijia asked with a frown. Chui Ziwen was sinister and cunning. When he entered my father's room, he gave my father poison tea mixed with gut-severing powder. When my father realized, it was already too late. Lu Yuanshan said in a sorrowful voice. My father used the last of his vital energy to knock Chui Ziwen unconscious with his soul-shattering palm. Then he died. At this point, Lu Yuanshan wiped his tears with his sleeve. Smack! When Long Jijia heard this, he slammed the white porcelain teacup in his hand on the wooden table. The tea splashed, and the teacup overturned. Chui Ziwen. Long Jijia narrowed his eyes and said word by word. If that's the case, why don't you go to the Tsueming Hall to find Chui Ziwen and avenge your father? Yamada Keiko, who was wearing a red kimono, asked Lu Yuanshan. Ah, Miss Keiko, you don't know, Lu Yuanshan said with a long sigh. When Chui Ziwen escaped from Mao Mountain, he stole the treasure of Mao Mountain sect, the secrets of ascension. He also collected evil arts and secret manuals everywhere. His cultivation is unfathomable. After establishing the Tsueming Hall, his cultivation has increased greatly. His strength is heaven-defying. I'm not afraid of Miss Keiko's joke, but even if the entire Mao Mountain sect gathered together, they would not be a match for Chui Ziwen. Is Chui Ziwen that powerful? Yamada Keiko asked with a frown. The Maoshan sect's reputation was like thunder in Dongying. Many of Dongying's spells were absorbed from the Maoshan sect. Now that she heard Lu Yuanshan say that the entire Maoshan sect was not a match for Chui Ziwen, she felt a little incredulous. This is not an exaggeration, Lu Yuanshan said to Yamada Keiko. His sect is called the Tsueming Hall. It specializes in killing people for money. The 4 protectors under him are evil spirits. Each of them has unique skills and high cultivation. Chui Ziwen is even more unfathomable. He is known as the King of Death. There are 2 folk songs in Jianghu. The King of Death wants you to die at midnight, but the King of Death wants you to die at midnight. It's talking about Chui Ziwen. What a King of Death. Yamada Keiko frowned. I heard that he personally forged 3 gold coins with ancient seals on both sides. One side has the words King of Death, and the other side has the words Peace and Happiness, Lu Yuanshan continued. He spread the news that he will help whoever obtains one of the gold coins to fulfill a wish. His abilities can be seen from this. Since this expert in front of him was an old friend of his father, why not use this opportunity to get rid of Chui Ziwen? Lu Yuanshan began to plan his next move. A wish of a person? One arrogant tone. Long Jijia said coldly, I will meet this person tomorrow and see how strong he is. Hearing Long Jijia's words, Lu Yuanshan was secretly delighted. Judging from this person's domineering and calm aura, his cultivation should not be below Chui Ziwen's. His use of a borrowed knife to kill could be said to be superb. Mr. Long, I think we should forget about it, Lu Yuanshan said hypocritically to Long Jijia. You are my father's old friend, and you came from far. How can I let you do it? Speaking of which, if something happens to you, how can I face my father's spirit in heaven? Lu Yuanshan took a step back in order to advance, adding fuel to the fire and using the method of provocation. You people have an old saying in Central Plains, a gentleman dies for his friend, Long Jijia said. Brother Lu and I are best friends. I can't ignore Brother Lu's death. How can this be? Lu Yuanshan said anxiously. However, although he said that, he was overjoyed in his heart. This guy really fell for it. Chui Ziwen, the 4th of May next year will be the anniversary of your death. You don't have to worry about this matter, Sect Master Lu. Long Jijia turned to look at Chui Ziwen. Where's Brother Lu's grave? I want to pay my respects. Is that okay? Yes, of course you can, Lu Yuanshan replied. My father's grave is on this mountain. After welcoming the two of you, I will personally take Mr. Long there. Brother Lu, with such a thing happening, I am not in the mood to drink or eat, Long Jija said as he stood up. Please take me to Brother Lu's grave first. In that case, very well. Lu Yuanshan saw that Long Jija was determined to go to Lu Ji's grave first and could only agree. Please come with me, Lu Yuanshan said as he led Long Jija and Yamada Keiko out. Thank you. Long Jija picked up the black dragon sword on the table and followed Lu Yuanshan out. After an hour, the three of them arrived at the peak of Mao Mountain, where Lu Ji's grave was located. There were pine trees and cypress trees here. Between the pine trees and cypress trees, a huge bluestone tomb came into view. On the tombstone, the words Maoshan Sect Master Lu Ji's grave came into view. Brother Lu, seeing the grave of his best friend, Long Jijia's eyes reddened. He quickly walked to the tombstone and reached out to touch the huge blue stone. Back then, he came to Donghai to do business under the orders of the great god Amaterasu and happened to meet Lu Ji, who was traveling on a cloud. When the two met, they talked happily and became close friends. Long Jijia took Lu Ji to tour the scenery of Dongying, and Lu Ji took Long Jijia to enjoy the scenery of Mao Mountain. At that time, Lu Ji had just taken charge of Mao Mountain. He was in high spirits, and his Taoist skills were exquisite. Long Jijia was still a teenager at that time. The two of them felt like old friends at first sight and regretted not meeting sooner. This time, taking advantage of the business in the Great Ming Dynasty, Long Jijia was prepared to visit the old haunt and see his old friend again. Who would have thought that his best friend was now a skeleton in the grave, separated by life and death? Brother Lu, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. Long Jijia, dressed in a white robe, said with grief and indignation. While touching Lu Ji's tombstone, he channeled his spiritual power into his eyes and looked directly into the grave. Back then, when he and Lu Ji were discussing magic, he heard Lu Ji say that because the Maoshan sect often dealt with zombies, they had their own secret method of embalming corpses. It could prevent the corpse from decomposing and make the face look like when it was alive. He wanted to see through the coffin and see his old friend for the last time. Who would have thought that after seeing it? Long Jijia was so shocked that he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Except for a cloth shoe, the coffin was empty. Chapter 484. Nephew, was Brother Lu's body intact when he died? Were you there when he was buried? Long Jijia turned to look at Lu Yuanshan, who was 10 meters away. In the Central Plains, there had always been a practice of cenotaphs. The so-called cenotaph was to use the remains of the deceased as a replacement for the body. Cenotaphs were usually set up under two circumstances. First, the deceased's body had already rotted away or could not be found. In this case, the family would choose to bury the deceased's beloved or last worn clothes, hats, shoes, and socks. Second, the deceased had already been buried elsewhere, but in order to commemorate the deceased spirit, a new cenotaph was set up. The cenotaph would contain the deceased's belongings as a memorial. According to the rules of the Maoshan sect, after the death of the sect leader, his body must be buried on the Maoshan sect to protect it. From this, it could be seen that the cenotaph in front of him was definitely not a new one. Long Jijia speculated that either Lu Ji's body had been destroyed by Cui Ziwen, or Lu Ji was still alive. My father died of poison. His body was intact. I was his only son, so of course I was there when he was buried, Lu Yuanshan replied. Long Jijia's question made him feel a little puzzled. Lu Yuanshan's words made Long Jijia's eyes light up. So it was like that. Brother Lu was still alive. Long Jijia was shocked. The shoe in the coffin was only Lu Ji's trick. Why would he do that? Could it be that he was going to become an immortal? Impossible. Long Jijia immediately denied this hypothesis of his. Even if Lu Ji really wanted to become an immortal, he had to pass down the position of the sect leader of the Maoshan sect. This was his responsibility and his duty, and he could not shirk it. However, according to Lu Yuanshan, Lu Ji was still the sect leader of the Maoshan sect when he died. From this, It seemed that he would not have become an immortal at that time. This was strange. If he was not going to become an immortal, then where did Lu Ji go? Why did he use a trick to hide it from the future generations? What exactly happened that night? If the murderer was really Cui Ziwen, why didn't he go and clean up the sect? If the murderer was not Cui Ziwen, then who could it be? Why did Lu Ji not reveal himself? Countless questions kept appearing in Long Jijia's mind, circling endlessly. It seemed that this matter was not as simple as he had imagined. Senior Long, why are you suddenly asking about this? The puzzled Lu Yuanshan asked Long Jijia. It's nothing, Long Jijia replied. I was just worried about whether or not Brother Lu's body would be destroyed by Cui Ziwen, so I asked. Fortunately, you were present when Brother Lu was buried. Otherwise, that Cui Ziwen would definitely have come to disturb the funeral and disrespect your father's body. Long Jijia cleverly answered Lu Yuanshan's question. Right now, he couldn't trust anyone's words. He wanted to investigate this matter in secret. Senior, you worry too much, Lu Yuanshan said. Cui Ziwen had yet to succeed. Everyone in Mao Mountain was looking for him. No matter how bold he was, he wouldn't dare to come to us. You're wrong, Long Jijia said to Lu Yuanshan. The reason you weren't able to find him back then wasn't because the Mao Mountain disciples were incompetent, but because Cui Ziwen never left Mao Mountain. What? Hearing this, Lu Yuanshan was shocked. He immediately understood what Long Jijia meant. Senior, you mean the most dangerous place is the safest place, Long Jijia said calmly. So that's how it is. Lu Yuanshan frowned. Back then, he had mobilized the entire sect and sent out invitations to search for the traitor of Mao Mountain, Cui Ziwen, along with the other sections. Even so, Cui Ziwen was still nowhere to be found. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. It seemed that Long Jijia's analysis was correct. After Cui Ziwen stole Mao Mountain's secrets of truth, he didn't leave Mao Mountain. Instead, he stayed. This Cui Ziwen is really full of tricks. Thinking about how he missed the best opportunity to kill Cui Ziwen, Lu Yuanshan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Brother Lu, don't worry. I won't let you die in vain, Long Jijia said as he picked up the gold foil paper money he brought from the foot of the mountain and burned it in the copper basin in front of Lu Ji's grave. Your spirit in heaven must bless me to find out the truth and punish the murderer severely. Amidst the raging fire, Long Jijia narrowed his eyes with a serious expression and held the black dragon's sword in his hand. 2 hours later, Long Jijia in a white robe and Yamada Keiko in a red dress appeared at the foot of Mao Mountain, walking side by side. Sir, where are we going now? Yamada Keiko, holding the red flower sword, asked Long Jijia. Suaming Hall, Long Jijia replied. Sir, are you going to avenge Sect Master Lu Ji? Yamada Keiko asked with a frown. Avenge? Long Jijia smiled. He's not dead. What's there to avenge? Yamada Keiko was stunned by Long Jijia's words. Not dead. The smart Yamada Keiko instantly understood the meaning of Long Jijia's words. Sir, you mean Sect Master Lu Ji? He's still alive? Long Jijia said lightly. What's buried in the tomb? A shoe. Long Jijia said with a smile. Sir, do you mean that Lu Yuanshan deliberately lied to you? Yamada Keiko asked. He knows nothing about this matter. Long Jijia replied as he walked. There's something wrong with this person, Yamada Keiko said with a serious face. Oh, Long Jijia turned his head to look at Yamada Keiko with interest and said with a smile, You think there's something wrong with him? What, sir, can't you see it? Yamada Keiko looked up and asked Long Jijia. Tell me, what do you see? Long Jijia turned his head and said with a smile. When we were waiting for him in the side hall, he and his disciple stood outside the hall for a long time. Yamada Keiko said to Long Jijia. What does that mean? Long Jijia asked with a smile. They were observing us, Yamada Keiko said. What else? Long Jijia asked with a smile on his face. When Lu Yuanshan came in, it was obvious that he came prepared, Yamada Keiko said. Oh, Long Jijia asked with a smile. How do you know? As far as I know, the people of the Central Plains will bow to each other when they call themselves the immeasurable deity, But Lu Yuanshan did not do so, Yamada Keiko said. I saw a golden light flickering in Lu Yuanshan's sleeves. I think he must be ready to attack at any time. What else? Long Jijie continued to ask. His disciple also has a problem, Yamada Keiko replied. Oh, you mean the Taoist called Dao Xian? Long Jijie asked with a smile. He also has a problem? Yes, Yamada Keiko said with a nod. What's wrong with him? Long Jijie asked Yamada Keiko while admiring the scenery along the way. I don't know, Yamada Keiko replied with a frown. I always feel that this person is strange. Anything else? Long Jijie turned his head to look at Yamada Keiko with a smile. That's all I can see, Yamada Keiko replied. As expected of the Black Feathers ninja, your eyesight is outstanding. Long Jijie smiled and said, You're right. Lu Yuanshan and his disciple Dao Xian do have a problem. Do you think so, sir? Yamada Keiko looked up at Long Jijie. Not only do they have a problem, but they have a very big problem, Long Jijie said. A very big problem? Yamada Keiko was puzzled. Everything is as you said. Lu Yuanshan and his disciple carefully sensed the breath of you and me before entering the side hall. Long Jijie turned his head and said calmly. When Lu Yuanshan entered the door, he was indeed ready to attack, but what you saw was only the hand in his sleeve in front of him, but you didn't see the hand behind him. The hand behind him? Yamada Keiko frowned. Do you mean he made two preparations? The first was pure yang, and the second was pure yin. He could attack or defend. Long Jijie explained. I heard that the Taoist schools of the Central Plains all aim to become a pure, yang, true immortal. Lu Yuanshan is the leader of the Maoshan sect. Why would he have pure yin energy? Yamada Keiko had a puzzled look on her face. You're right. Most people who practice Taoism aim to become immortals, but this path is too difficult to walk. It requires breathing, refining lead and mercury, subduing dragons and tigers, and filling in the ridges to catch the immortal. Long Jijie explained to Yamada Huizi. In addition, you have to accumulate merits and virtues, comprehend the great Tao, gather the 3 flowers above your head, and gather the 5 qis in the mind. You have to cultivate your nature and your life. You have to have good fortune and good fortune. Long Jijie continued. Thus, many people no longer aim to become a pure yang, true immortal. Instead, they choose to take a different path and train in pure yin techniques. Pure yin techniques? Is it the Tao of Ghosts? Yamada Keiko asked. It's much more powerful than the Tao of Ghosts. The people of the Central Plains call it Ghost Immortals, Long Jijie said. Ghost Immortals? This was the first time Yamada Keiko had heard of this term. Pure yang means immortals, while pure yin means ghosts. Where there is yin, there is yang. Ghosts are one of the living beings of the 6 Taos. Naturally, they can train and become ghost immortals. Long Jijie continued to explain, there are 2 ways to train in ghost immortals. The first is to train in death, while the second is to train in life. After death, the vast majority of those who train in death are souls who died of violent death. Because their resentment is too great, they are unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and so are forced to embark on the path of cultivation. As for those who train in ghost immortal techniques, their goal is to become a ghost immortal. While they are alive, they begin to constantly absorb yin energy in order to prepare for their training after death. I didn't expect there to be such a training method in the world. After hearing Long Jijie's explanation, Yamada Keiko sighed with emotion. The Taoist schools of the Central Plains are vast and profound. There are many schools, hundreds of thousands of training methods, and countless unorthodox methods. This ghost immortal training method is nothing more than the tip of the iceberg, a drop in the ocean, Long Jijie said with a laugh. Do you mean that Lu Yuanshan wants to become a ghost immortal? So, he has yin energy in his body? Yamada Keiko asked. I don't know if he wants to become a ghost immortal or not. I only know that the yin energy in his body is extraordinary, Long Jijie said with a smile. Although he used Maoshan Taoist techniques to forcibly suppress the yin energy, I still saw some clues. What clues did you find? Yamada Keiko asked curiously. Didn't you just say that there is something wrong with his disciple? Long Jijia said as he looked at Yamada Keiko. To tell you the truth, he is not a human at all. He is a demon. The yin energy in Lu Yuanshan's body came from him. Yamada Keiko's beautiful eyes widened in shock when she heard Long Jijia's words. What? That Dao Xian is a demon? Yamada Keiko said in shock. What kind of demon is he? Chapter 485. The next evening. Is this the headquarters of the Tsueming Hall? Yamada Keiko asked Yagyu Ryu Jijia, who was dressed in red, as she looked at the towering 9-story stone tower in front of her. Yes, this is the headquarters of the Tsueming Hall. Ryu Jijia, who was dressed in a white, loose kimono, replied with a smile. This Tsueming Hall is indeed worthy of its reputation. It's so luxurious. Yamada Keiko looked at the 2 huge green jade pishio at the entrance of the 9-story stone tower and said, the 2 green jade pishio were carefully carved from a whole piece of jade. They were more than 6 feet tall and 7 feet long. With their heads raised and tails wagging, they were extremely majestic. Yamada Keiko was Tokugawa Ieyasu's personal bodyguard. She believed that she had seen many rare treasures in the world. However, she was not afraid of not knowing the value of the goods. She was afraid of comparison. The treasures she had seen paled in comparison to the treasures of the Dojin Palace. Even the spirit beasts at the entrance were so rare. Wouldn't the inside of the palace be extremely luxurious? Yamada Keiko sighed in her heart. It's rumored that the wealth of the Tsueming Hall is comparable to the national treasury of the Ming Dynasty. It's even richer than the national treasury. I don't know if this rumor is true. Ryu Jijia smiled. Comparable to the national treasury. Yamada Keiko exclaimed in a low voice. She knew that the Tsueming Hall was rich, but she didn't expect it to be so rich. As long as there is a casino, there will be a branch of the Tsueming Hall. Based on this, the rumor should be true. Ryu Jijia smiled. Yamada Keiko didn't speak. She had thought that Tokugawa Ieyasu was rich enough. Now it seemed that the total wealth of Tokugawa Ieyasu might not be as rich as a branch of the Tsueming Hall. The Dojin Palace makes a lot of money every day. Ryu Jijia looked up at the gilded plaque hanging on the stone tower and smiled. Good name. I don't know if this Chui Ziwen is inside now. Yamada Keiko looked at the 9-story stone tower full of red palace lanterns and said, Our luck is pretty good. He's inside. As Long Jijia spoke, he raised his head to look at the top of the stone tower and smiled. How did you know? Yamada Keiko followed Long Jijia's gaze to the 9th floor. Do you know how to gamble? Long Jijia, with a smile on his face, did not answer Yamada Huizi's question. Instead, he turned his head to look at her. Gambling? Hearing Long Jijia's question, Yamada Huizi was stunned at first, then she shook her head. I don't know how. Let's go gamble. Long Jijia smiled as he slowly walked towards the entrance of the Golden Battle Palace. Are you going to gamble? Yamada Keiko asked anxiously when she saw Long Jijia behind her. Sir, aren't you here for Chui Ziwen? Why are you gambling? It's rare for me to come to the Golden Battle Palace, so I have to try my luck. Long Jijia didn't stop walking as he casually said with a smile. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. Yamada Keiko frowned. She couldn't guess what Long Jijia was up to. At the entrance of the stone building, 2 guards, one fat and one thin, were wearing luxurious clothes. They stood there with a smile on their faces as they watched the gamblers continuously enter the stone building. At this time, the sun had already set and the lanterns were lit. It was the time for gamblers to gather. The fat and thin guards carefully stared at every face that entered the stone building, quickly identifying each person's identity. Their task was to investigate the gamblers who didn't have enough money to gamble. The Golden Battle Palace had a rule. Anyone who didn't have more than 1,000 taels of silver on them was forbidden to enter. Most of the people who came here to gamble were either rich or respectable. Moreover, many of them were repeat customers. Anyone who had come here to gamble before knew this rule. In order to avoid trouble, they would wear an accessory that was worth 1,000 taels of silver or something that could prove their identity. In this way, they could directly walk in front of the fat and skinny people without needing to be checked. The rich wore pearls and jade pendants. The powerful wore beads and official robes. The Europeans wore large gemstone rings on their hands and golden masks on their faces. The Koreans wore jade-inlaid belts and golden hats. The fat and thin guards' eyes were sharp. They scanned the endless stream of gamblers. When Long Jijia and Yamada Keiko passed in front of them, they were immediately stopped. Although the man and woman were wearing luxurious clothes, they didn't have anything worth 1,000 taels of silver on them. Moreover, they were new faces, so the two guards stopped them. "Is this the first time you two have come here?" The fat man, who reached out to stop the two, smiled and asked in fluent Japanese. The two people dealt with distinguished guests from various countries every day. Naturally, they were proficient in various languages. Seeing that the two were dressed in Japanese, the fat man spoke in Japanese. "What? Isn't this a gambling house?" Long Jijia, with a smile on his face, asked the fat man in fluent Chinese. "This is indeed a gambling house, but there are rules here." Seeing that the two were proficient in Chinese, the tall and thin man said to Long Jia, "Those who bet less than 1,000 taels of silver are not allowed to enter. If the two of you want to go in, please let us check your bet." The fat man said, 1,000 taels of silver? Long Jijia frowned. Before they came, Tokugawa Ieyasu had prepared 1,000 taels of gold for him on the warship. However, Long Jijia didn't bring that much when he came ashore. At this time, he only had 30 taels of gold and 100 taels of silver. Yamada Keiko, hearing the two people, immediately felt awkward. She was Tokugawa Ieyasu's personal bodyguard. She was only responsible for Tokugawa Ieyasu's safety. She didn't need to worry about money. She had a lot of hidden weapons on her, but she didn't have a single coin. "Since the two of you don't have enough money, please go back. Next time, remember to bring enough money." The fat man politely said to the two, "Other than money, is anything else okay?" Long Jijia raised his eyebrows and asked the two, "Yes, as long as it's worth 1,000 taels of silver." The fat man said with a smile, "Keiko, give me the blade on your back." Long Jijia turned his head and said to Yamada Keiko. Yamada Keiko nodded and took off the long golden pouch on her back. She handed it to Long Jijia with both hands. Looking at Yamada Keiko's respectful expression, the fat man and the thin man looked at each other and smiled with ridicule. The two of them had seen countless rare treasures, but they had never seen someone be so respectful to a blade. Long Jijia took the pouch and opened it. He took out a golden war blade. "Take a look." Long Jijia directly handed the war blade to the fat man and the thin man. The fat man looked at the thin man and smiled as he took the war blade from Long Jijia. As soon as the war blade was in his hand, the smile on the fat man's face immediately disappeared. The war blade in his hand was 4 feet long. It was golden all over. It was very beautiful and very heavy. "Good blade." The fat man was shocked. He had seen countless precious weapons, so he was naturally very familiar with them. A 4 feet long blade was so heavy. It could be seen that the war blade in the scabbard was not ordinary. Swish! Thinking of this, the fat man held the hilt and pulled the war blade out 1/2 a foot. The blade was cold and bright. There was a pure gold chrysanthemum pattern inlaid on the blade. Under the pattern, there was the word Tokugawa. The golden chrysanthemum pattern and the word Tokugawa made the fat man who was inspecting the war blade change his expression immediately. Swish! He put the war blade back into the scabbard and respectfully handed it back to Long Jijia with both hands. "Please forgive me for my rudeness." The fat man changed his mocking expression and said to Long Jijia, "How is it? Is this blade worth 1,000 taels of silver?" Long Jijia took the war blade with a smile and handed it to Yamada Keiko. Yamada Keiko put the war blade back into the pouch and carried it on her back again. "Sir, you must be joking. Please come in." The fat man stretched his hand toward the stone door and said, "Keiko, let's go in." Long Jijia said and stepped into the Dojin Palace. Yamada Keiko followed closely behind. After Long Jijia and Yamada Keiko left, the thin man smiled and said to the fat man, "I say, Master Fatty, what blade made you so surprised?" He didn't have time to see what the war blade looked like before the fat man put it back into the scabbard. He was a little amused by the fat man's expression. Although the two of them had not seen thousands of precious weapons since taking up this position, they had seen hundreds of them. Miao Dao, Tang Dao, single blade, double blade, Mongolian waist blade, Western scimitar. What kind of blade had they not seen? Although the Japanese war blade, just now, seemed to be of high quality, it wasn't enough to make the fat man make such a fuss. The blade itself is nothing, but the pattern on it is very unusual. Seeing the disdain on the tall man's face, the fat man glanced at him and said, "Pattern? What pattern?" The tall man was interested and curious. He had never heard of a pattern on a weapon that was more valuable than the weapon itself. The blade is inlaid with pure gold chrysanthemum. What kind of blade do you think it is? The fat man asked the thin man. Golden chrysanthemum? The thin man muttered to himself and began to think. Could it be? Suddenly, the thin man came to a realization. That's right. It's the Emperor of Japan's blade. The fat man said to the thin man, "Could that pretty boy be the Emperor of Japan?" The thin man was shocked. The owner of the blade has more power than the Emperor. Guess who it is? The fat man smiled and asked the thin man, "More power than the Emperor? How is that possible?" The thin man couldn't understand. In Japan, the Emperor represented the god of power. How could there be someone more powerful than the Emperor? There are two words carved under the golden pattern. Do you know what they are? The fat man smiled and kept the thin man in suspense. Two words? The thin man asked in confusion. What words? Tokugawa. The fat man looked around and said softly, "Tokugawa? Tokugawa Ieyasu." The thin man finally understood why the fat man said that this person had more power than the Emperor. In Japan, the Emperor was indeed the most powerful person. However, he didn't have military power and was only a representative of authority. The real military power was in the hands of the shogunate, and the current shogunate was Tokugawa Ieyasu. Could this guy be Tokugawa Ieyasu? The thin man asked the fat man. I don't know. Maybe he's one of Tokugawa Ieyasu's retainers. The fat man answered, "With our master Chui holding the fort, even if all the soldiers in Japan came, they wouldn't be able to withstand a few slaps from our master Chui." The thin man curled his lips and said, "You don't admit that you're stupid." The fat man smiled at the thin man. "This is the Dojinshi Palace. It's a place for gambling. Money is the only thing that matters. Why are you talking about fighting and killing? Don't you know that harmony breeds wealth? Even if Tokugawa Ieyasu came, I wouldn't let him in if he didn't have more than 1,000 taels of silver on him. What you said makes me happy." The thin man smiled and gave the fat man a punch. The fat man was happy and kicked the thin man. The two of them started to quarrel. On top of the 9-story stone tower, Chui Ziwen, who was wearing a black robe with golden threads, was lying on the green jade dragon throne. He was holding a transparent crystal wine glass and gently swirling the grape wine in the glass. Chapter 486. After entering the Dojin Palace, Yamada Keiko was immediately shocked by the luxurious decorations in front of her. The white and flawless marble floor, the resplendent gilded walls, the simple and elegant expensive furniture, the exquisite and beautiful glass palace lamps, and even the gambling equipment was made of pure white ivory. What a place with wealth comparable to that of a country. Yamada Keiko praised in her heart. She had been to the Japanese imperial palace with Tokugawa Ieyasu and had been shocked by the noble atmosphere of the Japanese imperial palace. However, compared to the swimming hall in front of her, the Japanese imperial palace could only be considered a thatched hut. The luxurious scene in front of him made Long Jijia, who was dressed in a white robe, whistle excitedly. The ISE Grand Shrine in Japan was already luxurious enough, but he didn't expect this place to be dozens of times more luxurious than the ISE Grand Shrine. Good place, it really is a good place. Long Jijia muttered to himself as he slowly walked inside. Next to dozens of huge and exquisite gambling tables, gamblers from all over the world spoke different languages and used the chips in their hand to make various kinds of bets. Every table was piled with shiny gold and silver chips. The atmosphere here was warm and quiet. The rich and noble guests talked and laughed freely, and their manners were elegant. They were completely different from the gamblers in the city's casinos. Regardless of whether they won or lost, they had a calm smile on their faces, and their mood was not affected by the wins and losses of a few rounds. In their eyes, money was nothing, and happiness was the most important thing. After watching a few gambling tables with interest, Long Jijia smiled and brought Yamada Keiko directly to the counter where the chips were exchanged. "Do you two want to exchange chips?" The counter clerk, who was dressed in a luxurious golden robe, had a smile on his face as he spoke politely to the two of them in Japanese. "Yes, we want to exchange chips," Long Jijia said with a smile. "How do we exchange?" "1 silver coin represents 1,000 taels of silver, and 1 gold coin represents 10,000 taels of silver," the counter clerk said with a smile as he placed 2 exquisite chips, 1 gold and 1 silver, on the counter. "Interesting," Long Jijia said with interest as he picked up the 2 chips with a smile and looked at them in front of his eyes. "How much do you want to exchange?" the counter clerk asked politely. "Well," Long Jijia said as he turned his head to Yamada Keiko beside him with a smirk on his face. Yamada Keiko's expression changed. She seemed to have guessed Long Jijia's intention. "Keiko, give me the knife." Long Jijia extended his hand to Yamada Keiko and said with a smile, "Sir, you don't want to use this knife?" Yamada Keiko frowned and asked. "It's okay. Just use it," Long Jijia said with a smile. But Yamada Keiko hesitated. One had to know that she was carrying the imperial sword of Tokugawa Ieyasu that was personally bestowed by the emperor. Shwa. Just as Yamada Keiko was hesitating, the golden cloth bag on her back suddenly flew into Long Jijia's hand. "Sir," Yamada Keiko said anxiously, "how much do you think this knife is worth?" Long Jijia smiled as he placed the cloth bag in his hand on the counter and said to the shop assistant. The shop assistant smiled and reached for the golden bag. He took out the golden saber and examined it carefully. He wasn't surprised by Long Jijia's telekinesis. The people who came here to gamble were all rich and respectable. They usually had experts by their side to protect them. To these experts, telekinesis was a piece of cake. Speaking of which, those who could work in the Dojin Palace were not ordinary people. Any random person who did odd jobs and swept the floor was a first-rate expert. When he saw the golden pattern on the saber and the 2 words Tokugawa, the shop assistant's expression changed. "How is it? How many chips can I exchange for?" Long Jijia asked with a smile. "How much would you like to exchange for, sir?" the shop assistant said as he sheathed the saber and raised his head to ask Long Jijia. 100,000. Is that okay?" Long Jijia asked. 100,000? The shop assistant was slightly surprised. "No. Then 50,000. Long Jijia saw the shop assistant's surprised expression and immediately answered. "I'll exchange it for 200,000. The shop assistant smiled and said to Long Jijia, 200,000? That much?" Long Jijia was surprised. "How is it? Do you want to exchange it?" The shop assistant smiled and asked Long Jijia. In Japan, the emperor's saber represented supreme authority and glory. It was not something that could be bought with money. Moreover, it was a personal saber that the emperor gave to Tokugawa Ieyasu. If this saber was brought to the market, it would be worth at least 200,000. Gold. "Exchange, of course," Long Jijia said with a smile. "Sir," Yamada Keiko said anxiously. She did not think that the emperor's saber, which represented supreme authority, would be pawned by Long Jijia for 200,000. Long Jijia waved his hand at Yamada Keiko, telling her not to worry. "Give this gentleman 200,000 in chips." The shop assistant turned around and said as he handed the emperor's saber to another shop assistant behind him. The shop assistant behind him took the saber and put it away. Then he took out 50 silver coins and 5 gold coins from the gold cabinet behind the counter. "Here are your chips. Please count them," the shop assistant said politely as he placed an exquisite pouch of chips on the counter in front of Long Jijia. "Look after that saber. I'll come and redeem it later." Long Jijia smiled as he took the pouch and left. The shop assistant smiled politely and nodded slightly. Long Jijia carried the rustling money pouch and began to wander from table to table with great interest, looking for the way he liked to gamble. Yamada Keiko, who was frowning, followed behind Long Jijia with a worried expression. She had said that she would come here to look for Cui Zuan, but after she arrived, she started to gamble and even pawned the Emperor's saber. If she was in Japan, she would have been beheaded long ago. After wandering around for a while, Long Jijia stopped in front of a huge and exquisite gambling table. This table was gambling with a dice cup, betting on big or small. The odds were 1-to-1. It was very simple. Keiko, come and try your luck. Long Jijia smiled as he took out 2 silver coins from the wooden box and handed them to Yamada Keiko. Sir, I don't know how to gamble. Seeing that Long Jijia wanted her to gamble, Yamada Keiko quickly shook her head. This is very simple. It all depends on luck. Come try it. Long Jijia grabbed Yamada Keiko's hand and put the chips in her hand. Sir, this. Yamada Keiko looked at the chips in her hand and didn't know what to do. Bet on big, bet on big, bet on small, bet on small. The dealer began to skillfully shake the gold-plated dice cup, making a crisp sound. Pa! After shaking it, the dealer slammed the dice cup on the gambling table. Clatter! Several European nobles sitting around the gambling table grabbed a handful of chips from their money pouches and placed them in the golden circle with the word big and small written on it. Keiko, quickly place your bet. Seeing the dice cup in the dealer's hand, Long Jijia reminded Yamada Keiko. Sir, I don't know which side to bet on. Yamada Keiko said nervously. She didn't just hold 2 silver coins in her hand. It represented 2,000 taels of silver. Just place your bet. Don't worry about winning or losing. Long Jijia comforted Yamada Keiko. Yamada Keiko glanced at Long Jijia, then bit her lower lip and put the 2 silver coins in the golden circle with the word big written on it. Place your bets. The finely dressed dealer shouted loudly. Everyone stopped placing their bets and smiled as they whispered to each other, waiting for the dealer to open the dice cup. Yamada Keiko's eyes were fixed on the dice cup. She looked nervous and her heart was pounding. Open. The dealer opened the dice cup. Inside the dice cup, 3 exquisite ivory dice inlaid with rubies lay quietly on the plate. 4, 5, 6 big, the dealer shouted. Yamada Keiko let out a long breath. She was so lucky this time. She won 2,000 taels of silver. Some of the European rich people at the gambling table exclaimed in low voices, while others smiled and shook their heads. How is it? Simple, right? Long Jijia smiled and picked up the 4 silver coins that the dealer had pushed in front of him. You won these 2 chips. Take them and keep them to buy something you like. Long Jijia put 2 chips in Yamada Keiko's hand. Sir, I can't accept this. Yamada Keiko immediately refused when she heard what Long Jijia said. It belongs to whoever wins. Long Jijia blocked Yamada Keiko's hand and said with a smile, This is the rule of the gambling table. I can't break the rules. Long Jijia said, and looked at Yamada Keiko with a smile. Then Keiko thanks you, sir. Yamada Keiko saw that Long Jijia was determined to give it to her, so she had to accept it. Now it's my turn. Long Jijia smiled and poured the chips in his money bag, along with the 2 silver coins in his hand, into the golden circle with the word big written on it. 200,000 taels, I bet big. Long Jijia threw the empty money bag in his hand and smiled at the dealer. I'll bet with the dealer alone this round. Oh! As soon as he said this, the several European gamblers at the table immediately let out a low cry and looked up at Long Jijia. In the Dojin Palace, there were many people who could bet 200,000 taels in one go. It wasn't rare, but it was rare to see someone who dared to challenge the dealer alone. Those who could become dealers in the Dojin Palace were all first-rate experts. These experts were different from the dealers in other gambling houses. They usually didn't cheat and were completely fair. This was also the reason why the Dojin Palace was so famous. They didn't need to use 1,000 arts to rob gamblers. However, under special circumstances, these experts would show their skills. This situation was when someone challenged the dealer. The Dojin Palace had a rule. If 1,000 arts expert challenged the dealer alone, the dealer had to accept the challenge. However, Since the establishment of the swimming hall, no one had ever heard of a 1,000 arts expert winning against the Dojin Palace. Today, seeing an expert come to challenge the Dojin Palace, these high-ranking officials naturally wanted to feast their eyes. "Sir, I haven't shaken a dice cup yet, and you're already betting big?" The dealer smiled at Long Jijia. "That's right." Long Jijia smiled. "Good," the dealer said indifferently. He picked up the golden dice cup on the table again and threw it into the air with a whoosh. Whoosh. In the air, the golden dice cup made a clanking sound as it spun endlessly. "Oh!" The spectating gamblers let out a cry of surprise. The gambling skills in front of them made them click their tongues in amazement. Whoosh! The dealer stretched out his hand, and the dice cup in the air directly fell into his hand. "Ha!" The dice cup was heavily placed on the gambling table by the dealer's assistant. "Sir, can you open it now?" The dealer's assistant asked Long Jijia. "Open." Long Jijia smiled. The dealer smiled slightly and opened the golden dice cup on the gambling table. "Oh!" The moment the dice cup opened, the crowd let out a cry of surprise. On the golden plate of the golden dice cup, 3 ivory dice inlaid with red gems were spinning endlessly. The dealer's assistant smiled. Long Jijia also smiled. However, the moment the 3 ivory dice stopped spinning, the dealer's assistant smile disappeared. On the golden plate, right above the 3 exquisite dice, there were 18 red gems the size of rice grains shining brightly. 3 sixes big. Long Jijia won. The 200,000 taels of silver doubled in an instant, becoming 400,000 taels of silver. Whoosh! The crowd burst into a round of applause. "You won." The dealer's assistant calmly took out 200,000 taels of chips from behind him and pushed them together with Long Jijia's 200,000 taels of silver on the table in front of Long Jijia. "Let's continue." As Long Jijia spoke, he pushed the 400,000 taels of chips in front of him into the golden circle again. "For this round, I'll bet big again." After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, a man in luxurious clothes trotted to the door of the 9th floor of the stone tower. Reporting to Sectmaster, "This subordinate has an important matter to discuss with you." The man respectfully said outside the door. Voila! The stone door opened automatically. The man tidied up his clothes and quickly walked in. At this moment, Chui Ziwen was lazily half lying on the enormous azure dragon throne. His jade-like fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of the azure dragon throne, producing a melodious sound. Reporting to Sectmaster, "A Japanese has come downstairs." "How much did he win?" Chui Ziwen, whose back was facing the man, interrupted him. The man was stunned at first. Then he lowered his head and said, 8 million taels of gold. None of the dozen dealers are a match for him. "You can leave first. I'll be right there." Chui Ziwen smiled. "Yes, this subordinate will take his leave." The man bowed and left. Chapter 487. Across the large and exquisite gambling table, Long Jijia, dressed in a white robe, sat there with a smile. He held a white porcelain teacup in his hand and slowly drank the fragrant tea. On the gambling table in front of him, shiny gold and silver chips were piled up in the golden circle with large words written on it, like a small mountain. From the beginning to the end, Long Jijia had been betting on big, and the gambling money in his hands was like a rolling snowball, increasing more and more. The dozen or so bankers in the Dojin Palace took turns to play, but they still couldn't win a small one. They were all top-notch experts and had never lost before, but they didn't expect that today they would all lose to a Japanese. Hundreds of rich and noble people from all over the world surrounded the gambling table, whispering to each other and whispering. Most of them were frequent guests of the Dojin Palace, and all of them were very rich, but this was the first time they had seen such a big scene. 8 million taels of gold was not a small amount, and it was equivalent to tens of millions of taels of silver. What made them feel even more incredulous was the gambling skills of the Japanese in front of them. This person had consecutively won more than a dozen bankers in the Dojin Palace, and his gambling skills could be said to be unparalleled in the world. To these rich and noble people who had seen all kinds of big scenes, this was simply unheard of. Yamada Keiko stood behind Long Jijia, looking at the dazzling gold and silver chips on the gambling table with a shocked expression, and she was dumbfounded. She never thought that Long Jijia would be able to accumulate such a huge amount of wealth in the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Now, it was 8 million taels of gold, and if they played another round, it would be 16 million taels. Then, it would be 32 million taels. At this rate, no matter how much money the swimming hall had, it wouldn't be enough for Long Jijia to win a few rounds. At this time, she finally guessed why Long Jijia wanted to gamble. It was obvious that Long Jijia was doing this to force Chui Ziwen to take the initiative to come out and see him. Who's going to play the next round? Long Jijia casually sipped his tea as he asked the dozen or so bankers standing across the table. The bankers in luxurious clothes had solemn expressions, and their brows were tightly furrowed. They looked at each other, and no one came out to accept the challenge. The gambling skills of the Japanese expert in front of them were far beyond their imagination. This person had bet big without touching the dice cup, but he had also bet big. They had used all of their tricks, but they couldn't change the result of their crushing defeat. Every time the dice cup fell, they clearly knew that the number they rolled was small. But the moment the dice cup was opened, the ivory dice showed a big number. At first, they suspected that this person was a sorcerer, using a spell similar to the 5 Ghosts of Fortune to control the points of the ivory dice in the dice cup. However, when the dozen or so bankers were defeated one after another, they gave up on this idea. Although they were all Qinshu experts, they came from different sections. Among them, 5 or 6 of the Zhuang family were experts in the art of Qimenduanjia and the art of controlling ghosts and transporting wealth. After witnessing the crushing defeat of the first few bankers, these 5 to 6 bankers immediately used the ghost controlling technique. However, what shocked them the most was that not a single one of the house ghosts that they could summon on a normal day had appeared at this moment. After exchanging glances with each other, the bankers understood the reason behind this. It wasn't that the ghosts they raised didn't want to come, but they didn't dare to. The person in front of him was really not simple. What? Is there no one else in the Dojin Palace? Long Jijia saw that none of the bankers stood out to gamble with him and laughed. The dozen or so bankers suppressed the anger in their hearts and didn't say anything. Mr. Long, if you want to gamble, you can look for me. There is no need to lower yourself to the same level as my subordinates. Just as Long Jijia's voice fell, a clear male voice spread throughout the huge gambling hall. The voice echoed endlessly, making it impossible for people to tell where it came from. After hearing this voice, the people surrounding the gambling table immediately looked around to see where the voice came from. The man's voice made Long Jijia, who had a smile on his face, immediately frown. This person was actually able to see through his identity. Other than Tokugawa Ieyasu, only Yamada Keiko knew of his identity. How did this person know? Long Jijia's face became serious. Yamada Keiko's face was filled with shock as she constantly scanned the surroundings with her eyes. With her cultivation, she actually couldn't find the person's real body. She couldn't even distinguish the direction of the voice. As a black feather ninja, she felt that this was inconceivable. In contrast to the two of them, after hearing this voice, the dozen or so bankers' faces all showed a trace of a smile. It was a confident smile. This voice was very familiar to them. This person was none other than the boss of the swimming hall, Chui Ziwen. In their view, as long as the headmaster Chui Ziwen personally took action, there was nothing that couldn't be done. Looking at the smiles on the faces of the dozen or so bankers, Long Jijia and Yamada Keiko immediately knew the identity of the person who came. Apart from Chui Ziwen, there was no one else who could make their subordinates so confident. Chui Ziwen, who was wearing a black robe with golden threads, instantly appeared in front of Long Jijia on the chair in front of him. What a fast movement! Long Jijia was startled. This Chui Ziwen really deserved his reputation. Seeing Chui Ziwen suddenly appear, Yamada Keiko's beautiful eyes opened wide, and her face was filled with disbelief. Chui Ziwen's ghost-like movement made her somewhat unable to believe her eyes. She was a black feather ninja, and one of the most basic skills of detecting a person's aura by listening to the sound. She could clearly hear the sound of an embroidery needle falling to the ground from 100 steps away. However, until Chui Ziwen appeared, she didn't perceive the slightest bit of this person's aura. Everything was as Lu Yuanshan said. This person's cultivation was unfathomably high. If Chui Ziwen wanted to take her life just now, she was afraid that it wouldn't even take the blink of an eye. Looking at Chui Ziwen, whose eyes were like cold stars, and whose hair was like a knife, Yamada Keiko felt a chill in her heart. "Greetings, headmaster." After Chui Ziwen appeared, all the workers in the gambling hall instantly knelt down on one knee and bowed their heads to salute him, including the dozen or so bankers. All the nobles, wealthy merchants, and tycoons bowed to Chui Ziwen at the same time. Even those blue-eyed, high-nosed European aristocrats and the famous Korean families also saluted Chui Ziwen with the etiquette of their respective countries. Since the last time Chui Ziwen appeared at the wedding of Matsumoto Takayoshi's only son, Zhou Dao, those rich merchants and officials of the imperial court remembered Chui Ziwen's appearance. For them, being able to make friends with Chui Ziwen was far more important than making friends with those aristocrats and ministers in the imperial palace. Now that they saw Chui Ziwen personally appear, they naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. As for those foreigners, their salute to Chui Ziwen was completely out of respect. They were all aristocratic families from overseas, and their families had great influence all over the world. They were very clear about what kind of place the Dojin Palace was. There were three main reasons why they chose to gamble here. First, safety. The Dojin Palace was the headquarters of the Tsimming Hall, Chui Ziwen's residence, and the place where the four great protectors guarded. It could be said that there was no place safer than this place in the world. There were even many rich people who exchanged large amounts of gold and jewelry for chips and deposited them here. In their opinion, it was safer to store their wealth here than in a bank. Second, fairness. In this place, unless there were people who came to gamble or people who cheated, none of the bankers were allowed to cheat. This was the most important point for gamblers, and also the reason why the Dojin Palace was famous all over the world. As for the third, it was the luxurious environment and first-class service. Safety, fairness, environment, and service made the Dojin Palace a paradise in the eyes of gamblers. From the respectful attitude of the workers in the Dojin Palace, these foreigners could naturally guess who this person was. Out of respect for the owner of this place, they saluted to Chui Ziwen. At this time, in the magnificent hall, except for Long Jijia and Yamada Keiko, everyone was saluting to Chui Ziwen. The scene was grand and quiet. "No need to be so courteous, everyone rise." Chui Ziwen, who was sitting on the armchair, said to everyone with a smile. Voila! Everyone stood up. One of the workers ran over with a cup of fragrant tea and placed it in front of Chui Ziwen. Chui Ziwen picked up the tea and gently took a sip. "I presume this must be the famous Master Chui." Long Jijia said to Chui Ziwen with a smile. "It's just a false reputation." Chui Ziwen smiled and placed the teacup on the table. "Mr. Long must be joking." "What? Master Chui also wants to bet a few rounds?" Long Jijia asked Chui Ziwen with a smile. "Mr. Long has defeated more than 10 of my bankers. If I didn't come out, wouldn't Mr. Long laugh at my Dojin Palace?" Chui Ziwen said with a smile. "Master Chui is too serious." Long Jijia said to Chui Ziwen with a smile. "The Dojin Palace is full of talented people. How would I dare to laugh at it?" Long Jijia began to deliberately provoke him. He was testing Chui Ziwen. As soon as he said this, the bankers behind Chui Ziwen immediately clenched their fists. The words "full of talented people" coming out of Long Jijia's mouth was an insult to them. "I know the abilities of my subordinates. As Mr. Long said, they are indeed full of talented people." However, Chui Ziwen looked at Long Jijia with a smile. If they meet someone who isn't human, they naturally can't do anything. "What do you say, Mr. Long?" Chui Ziwen's words were just right. Not only did he help the bankers out of their predicament, he also indirectly called Long Jijia an animal. Long Jijia smiled and didn't respond. How about I accompany Mr. Long for this round? Chui Ziwen asked Long Jijia with a smile on his face. As the guest, as the host, Long Jijia said with a smile. Then how does Mr. Long want to bet this round? Chui Ziwen said as he picked up the tea saucer and lightly scraped the foam with the tea lid. We'll go according to the rules of your Dojin Palace. We'll bet big or small. 1-to-1, Long Jijia said with a smile. Okay. Chui Ziwen smiled as he sipped his tea. Who will shake the dice cup? Long Jijia asked. For the sake of fairness, we'll choose one of the gamblers to shake the dice cup. What do you think? Chui Ziwen asked Long Jijia with a smile. Fair and reasonable, Long Jijia said with a smile as he drank his tea. Mr. Long, Master Chui, I'll shake the dice cup for the two of you. What do you think? A European with blue eyes and a high nose walked out from the crowd and spoke to the two of them in slightly broken Chinese. Where are you from, sir? Chui Ziwen asked. My name is Charlie. I'm a Duke of England. The man said, I really like Chinese culture, so I want to shake the dice cup for the two of you. Is that okay? Mr. Long, what do you think? Chui Ziwen looked at Long Jijia and asked. Long Jijia nodded. Thank you, it's an honor. Charlie nodded at the two of them. Go give me 8 million taels of gold chips, Chui Ziwen said to a banker beside him. The banker nodded, turned around, and left with one of his assistants. After a while, the two of them brought a big box of gold chips in front of Chui Ziwen. Mr. Long, shall we begin? Chui Ziwen smiled as he asked Long Jijia, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table. Long Jijia smiled and waved his sleeves at the small mountain of chips on the table. Whoosh! The thousands of gold and silver chips that were stacked in the golden circle with large words written on it suddenly floated up and quickly flew toward Long Jijia. Whoosh! The gold and silver chips seemed to have a mind of their own as they automatically piled up neatly on the table in front of Long Jijia without the slightest bit of disorder. Boom! The crowd let out a cry of surprise. They had never seen such a magical scene in their lives. Chapter 488. Walla Walla. Inside the magnificent hall of the Dojin Palace, everyone was silent as they stared unblinkingly at the British baron named Charlie, who was shaking the golden dice cup up and down. At the two ends of the large and exquisite gambling table, Long Jijia and Chui Ziwen looked calm as they leisurely drank fragrant tea. Ha! The English baron swayed for a while before he slammed the heavy dice cup on the table. You two may place your bets, the British baron said in a gentlemanly manner as he extended his hand towards Long Jijia and Chui Ziwen. 2 million taels, I'll bet big, Long Jijia said as he waved his sleeve towards the chips on the table. Whoosh! Hundreds of golden chips slid neatly into the golden circle at the center of the gambling table with large words written on it. I'll bet small. I'll bet 2 million taels with you. Chui Ziwen's right hand held the white porcelain cup as he drank tea, while his left hand snapped his fingers. Whoosh! Hundreds of golden chips instantly flew out from the wooden box in front of him, forming several golden lines as they flew straight towards the center of the table. Whoosh! With a clear and crisp sound, the shiny gold chips fell neatly into the golden circle with small words written on it on the gambling table. At this time, the gambling table had a total of 4 million taels of gold, which was equivalent to tens of millions of taels of silver. The onlooking gamblers whispered to each other. They were guessing whether the winner of this round would be Chui Ziwen or this Japanese gambler surnamed Long. Behind Chui Ziwen, the dozen or so bookmakers looked at each other, understanding tacitly. Proficient in 1,000 arts, they had already guessed the number in the dice cup. The 3 ivory dice inside the cup had the numbers 2, 2, 2, 3, small, but they knew that the current number didn't mean anything. Before the dice cup was opened, anything was possible. Just now, they had clearly shaken the dice small, but the moment the cup was opened, it inexplicably became big. 2 gentlemen, can we open the cup? The British baron politely asked Long Jijia and Chui Ziwen. Mr. Long, Chui Ziwen smiled as he asked Long Jijia. Sure. Long Jijia smiled. If Mr. Long says it's okay, then it's okay. Chui Ziwen leaned back lazily. Go ahead. The British Baron nodded slightly to the two of them, and then gently opened the dice cup with both hands. Everyone craned their necks and opened their eyes wide. They couldn't wait to look at the golden plate. When they saw the 3 ivory dice on the golden plate, all the gamblers present exclaimed in surprise, including Yamada Keiko behind Long Jijia and the dozen dealers behind Chui Ziwen. On the golden plate, the 3 ivory dice embedded with rubies spun at high speed, showing no signs of stopping. Oh my God! The scene in front of him left the British Baron dumbfounded, and he directly spoke in his native dialect. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the dice he rolled would turn out like this. Long Jijia had a smile on his face as he played with a few gold coins in his hand. Chui Ziwen had a smile on his face as he slowly drank his fragrant tea. The 3 ivory dice on the golden plate spun faster and faster until they finally left the golden plate and floated 3 feet above the gambling table. This scene shocked all the gamblers so much that their jaws almost fell out of their sockets. If making the dice spin on the golden plate was 1,000 techniques, then making the dice float was 1,000 techniques. Everyone raised their heads to look at the 3 dice floating and spinning above the gambling table, and they almost couldn't believe that everything in front of them was real, especially those Europeans with blue eyes and high noses. The scene in front of them had clearly overturned their worldview. Oh my God! Oh my God! The British Baron looked up at the floating dice in shock, and his right hand began to cross his forehead and shoulders. It was obvious that he was frightened by this scene. The 3 ivory dice in the air spun faster and faster, making a sharp whistling sound. Long Jijia and Chui Ziwen were still as calm as before, and they looked up from time to time. Bang! Just when everyone was amazed by the gambling skills of these 2 people, the 3 ivory dices above the gambling table instantly exploded. White smoke rose everywhere, and red light splashed everywhere, and the ivory dice embedded with rubies were directly turned into fine powder. Ding! 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 The dozens of rice-sized rubies embedded in the ivory dice directly shot out of the white smoke and firmly nailed themselves to the gilded walls around them. Boom! The crowd cried out in alarm and retreated. Yamada Keiko's face was pale, and the bankers' faces were solemn. Both sides were shocked by each other's cultivation. It was obvious that the 2 of them weren't using gambling skills, but psychokinesis. The 3 ivory dice couldn't withstand the mental power of the 2 people, so they exploded. It seems that this round is a draw. Long Jijia smiled at Chui Ziwen. It is indeed a draw. Chui Ziwen replied with a smile. I don't know if Master Chui has any stronger dice here. Long Jijia picked up the white porcelain cup and asked while drinking tea. I lack everything here, but I don't lack gambling equipment. Chui Ziwen smiled and turned his head to the banker behind him and said, Go and get the set of diamond dice that someone gave me to Mr. Charlie. Yes, Sectmaster. The worker in the luxurious robes immediately rushed away after replying to Wang Chong. After a while, the banker returned with an exquisite wooden box in his hand. After putting the wooden box in front of Baron Charlie, the banker stood behind Chui Ziwen again. Baron Charlie, who had just recovered from a shock, picked up the exquisite wooden box, opened it, and took out 2 black dice from it. The dice were 1-inch square, and they were black and shiny. They were different from the rubies on the ivory dice. This pair of diamond dice did not have anything inlaid on them. All the points were in a small round pit. The small pit was filled with red cinnabar. It was black and red, and it was very eye-catching. This is a pair of diamond dice that a friend of Mo Liangxuan gave me. I haven't used it yet. Chui Ziwen smiled while drinking tea. Although it's a bit ugly, it's still quite strong. I'm sure Mr. Long will be satisfied. I didn't expect Master Chui to have such a rare item. Long Jijia smiled. It was said that diamond was the hardest thing in the world. Compared to it, steel was like soft mud. The most famous Buddhist scripture, the Diamond Sutra, took the meaning of diamond's toughness and could break all things. Not only was this thing rare and priceless, it was also difficult to polish it. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to polish this thing into such a shiny pair of diamond dice. I can't spoil Mr. Long's mood. Chui Ziwen smiled. Long Jijia smiled and didn't comment. Mr. Charlie, shall we continue? Chui Ziwen said to the British Baron, standing there. Okay. Charlie hurriedly nodded as he put a pair of shiny black dice into the gold-plated dice cup. Voila! The Baron once again shook the dice cup with all his might. This time, we'll decide the winner in one round. Master Chui, what do you think? Long Jijia smiled at Chui Ziwen from across the table. Sure. Chui Ziwen smiled as he put the teacup in his hand on the table. I had this idea a long time ago, but I didn't dare spoil Mr. Long's mood. In that case, it couldn't be better. Long Jijia said as he waved the remaining chips on the table in front of him. Shwa! The piles of gold and silver chips all moved to the golden circle with large words written on it. Chui Ziwen smiled and stretched out his jade-like finger, pointing at the wooden box with the chips in front of him. Hua! The wooden box automatically slid into the golden circle with small words written on it. The chips on the table had reached more than 16 million taels of gold. Converted to silver, it was nearly 100 million taels. Looking at the two small mountains of chips on the table, the gamblers cheered. With such a huge amount of money and two top experts, today's game could be called a battle of the strong. Ha! After a violent shake, the British Baron slammed the gold-plated dice cup on the gambling table. Buzz! The moment the Baron removed his hand from the golden dice cup, the dice cup immediately shook violently. The two diamond dice seemed to be still rampaging in the dice cup. Oh no! Looking at the buzzing and jumping golden dice cup on the table in front of him, Baron Charlie shook his head and quickly retreated. Shwa! As the two diamond dice spun faster and faster in the dice cup, the whole dice cup together with the golden plate under it slowly flew up into the air. Whoa! A burst of applause erupted from the crowd. This game was obviously more exciting than the previous one. Even the golden dice cup, that weighed more than 30 pounds, flew up. The gamblers were intoxicated. The Europeans with blue eyes and high noses stared at the screen while crying out, "Oh my God!" In their eyes, Easter magic was always shrouded in mystery. Shwa! Long Jijia, who was sitting on the opposite side, waved the golden dice cup that was spinning in the air. Whoosh! The golden dice cup whizzed toward Chui Ziwen's face. At this time, Chui Ziwen was holding a white porcelain cup and drinking tea with his head lowered, completely ignoring the incoming golden dice cup. Oh! The crowd let out a cry of surprise. This dice cup was made of pure copper gilt and weighed at least 20 to 30 pounds. Coupled with the two diamond dice inside and the power of its own rotation, if it hit a person's face, it would instantly blow his head off. Some timid female gamblers even turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch the tragic scene. Whoosh! The golden dice cup was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Chui Ziwen. However, what the crowd did not expect was that when the buzzing dice cup rushed to less than a foot away from Chui Ziwen, it instantly stopped and floated in the air, spinning at high speed. Chui Ziwen, who was drinking tea with his head lowered, had a slight smile on his face. He lifted his lowered gaze slightly and looked at Long Jijia across from him. Shwa! The golden dice cup floating in front of Chui Ziwen instantly changed direction and went straight toward Long Jijia. Chapter 489. Buzz. The glittering golden dice cup whizzed in front of Long Jijia. Long Jijia smiled faintly, flipped his palm, and sent out a palm strike towards the oncoming golden dice cup. Whoosh! The dice cup flew toward Chui Ziwen again. Chui Ziwen's lips curled up, and he gently waved his sleeve toward the dice cup. Buzz! The dice cup instantly stopped in the middle of the two men, spinning and buzzing. As the dice cup came to a sudden stop, the wavering gazes of the crowd also stopped. Their eyes and mouths were wide open, and they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Long Jijia narrowed his eyes and stared at the dice cup floating in the air, his eyes flashing. Chui Ziwen's lips curled up, and he was calm and composed. The gold coin in his hand was flipping between his fingers. Buzz. The dice cup floating in the air spun faster and faster, and the sound became sharper and sharper. The gamblers painfully covered their ears and stepped back. The British Baron, who was closest to the dice cup, no longer had the gentlemanly demeanor from before. He covered his ears and retreated into the crowd. Buzz. As the dice cup spun faster and faster, the originally glittering golden dice cup began to gradually change color. It turned from a golden color to a fiery red. Buzz. A string of sparks appeared between the dice cup and the golden plate below. The dice cup was burning red. Yamada Keiko, who was standing behind Long Jijia, opened her beautiful eyes wide and was shocked. To be able to burn the dice cup, which weighed dozens of kilograms, into a fiery red color, the friction between the two diamond dice inside must have reached an incredible degree. Yamada Keiko's face was dignified. Chui Ziwen was indeed powerful. He could actually block Yagi Ryuk's move. Yagi Ryuk was the reincarnation of the Black Dragon under the Japanese god Amaterasu. Lu Yuanshan was right. Chui Ziwen's cultivation had already reached a heaven-defying realm. At this time, the hall was silent, and only the buzzing sound of the dice cups spinning at high speed could be heard. Standing at the stone door, the fat and skinny duo had already closed the stone door. Their eyes were fixed on the gambling game in the hall. I say, Master Fatty, the skinny man with his arms crossed, moved his head closer to the fat man and whispered, I didn't expect this guy to have some tricks up his sleeve. He actually managed to force Master Chui to make a move. Of the four protectors, one has betrayed the sect and fled. One has lost all of his spiritual energy, and the remaining two are out on errands. Only our sect master can handle this personally, Fatty whispered to Skinny. Do you think our church master will win this round? Skinny asked Fatty. Of course. Fatty rolled his eyes at Skinny. When has Master Chui ever lost? That's true. The thin man nodded. Above the exquisite and spacious gambling table, the gold-plated dice cup spun faster and faster, and its temperature also rose higher and higher. It was crimson red, like burning charcoal. Shua. Narrowing his eyes, Long Jijia was the first to make a move. His eyes instantly widened. Bang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, and an inch-sized bump appeared on the gold-plated dice cup. The protrusions were square and angular, and it was obvious that they were caused by the diamond dice inside. Oh! This sound startled the spectating gamblers, and they all leaned back. Seeing this, Chui Ziwen smiled and narrowed his eyes. Bang! Another crisp sound rang out, and a second bump appeared on the gold-plated dice cup. The dozen or so bookmakers behind Chui Ziwen looked at each other, their expressions grave. As the saying goes, the expert sees the skill, while the layman sees the excitement. Proficient in 1,000 techniques, they could already hear the situation in the dice cup. It was obvious that the two diamond dice in the gold-plated dice cup were controlled by Long Jijia and Chui Ziwen respectively. The two sides were colliding back and forth, controlling each other's numbers. Bang, bang, bang with the sound of metal colliding. More than a dozen square bumps appeared on the gold-plated dice cup. The originally cylindrical gold-plated dice cup was forcefully turned into a bumpy round shape by the two diamond dice inside, like a floating fireball. Bang, bang, the gold-plated dice cup continued to spin at a high speed, and the two diamond dice inside were still colliding with each other. The square bumps on the dice cup were densely packed, overlapping each other, and the volume of the dice cup had more than doubled. Bring the guests to the second floor, said Chui Ziwen with a smile as he picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Yes, sect leader. The dozen bookmakers behind him responded in unison and immediately began to disperse the spectating gamblers. Chui Ziwen had to do this. The gold-plated dice cup was almost at its limit, and if it continued like this, the two diamond dice inside would break out of the cup at any time. When that happened, countless hot pieces of the dice cup would fly everywhere, and once they hit the gamblers, the consequences would be unthinkable. The spectating gamblers seemed to sense the potential danger, and they all followed the bookmakers to the second floor. However, they didn't go to the hall on the second floor. Instead, They leaned against the railings on both sides of the stairs and continued to watch the battle between the two experts. After arranging all the gamblers, the dozen bookmakers once again stood behind Chuizuan. "You guys leave as well," Chuizuan said to the bookmakers behind him as he sipped his tea. However, this time, the bookmakers who had always followed Chuizuan's orders unconditionally did not move. Chuizuan, who was holding the teacup in his hand, immediately turned his head slightly when he saw that his subordinates were not moving. Whoosh! The bookmakers all knelt down on one knee. "Sect leader is leading the troops. How can we bear to live in humiliation?" One of the bookmakers in the lead replied in a low voice. They had already lost to Long Jijia, and now that Chuizuan had personally redeemed their dignity, how could they possibly hide? Chuizuan was first stunned when he heard this, but then he smiled in relief. "You can all rise," Chuizuan said with a smile as he placed the teacup in his hand on the gambling table. Only then did the bookmakers stand up. Long Jijia, who was sitting across from Chuizuan, immediately furrowed his brows when he saw this scene. He had heard that Chuizuan had always been vicious and merciless, that he would kill without batting an eyelid, and that he was known as the King of Death. Long Jijia never would have thought that he would care so much about his subordinates, and even more, so that these bookmakers of Swimming Hall would be so loyal to their sect leader. He could see that their loyalty to Chuizuan came from the bottom of their hearts, and not because they were afraid of Chuizuan's cultivation methods. Would the headmaster, who was so respected and loved by his subordinates, really lay a murderous hand on his own benefactor who saved his life? Long Jijia was somewhat shaken. The Chuizuan in front of him and the Chuizuan that Lu Yuanshan had spoken of didn't completely match. It seemed that he would have to continue to press forward and see what Chuizuan's true side was like. Long Jijia suddenly stretched out his right hand and aimed it at the golden dice cup that was as red as charcoal in the air. He sent out a palm strike through the air. Whoosh! A thick silver beam of light gushed out from his palm and shot straight into the fiery dice cup. Since Chuizuan was worried that the dice cup would shatter, then he might as well fulfill his wish and directly break the dice cup. Let's see how he would deal with this. Long Jijia's move caught him off guard and was as fast as lightning. Facing Long Jijia's sudden attack, Chuizuan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the gambling table, narrowed his eyes and used his telekinesis to control one of the diamond dice. At the same time, he quickly mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and instantly set up a 1-foot thick and 3-foot long translucent spiritual energy wall behind him. It was obvious that this spiritual energy wall was not set up for him. Instead, it was set up to protect the dozen or so Zhuang family workers standing behind him. Boom! White light scattered in all directions, and sparks flew everywhere. Long Jijia's overbearing and fierce attack instantly shattered the golden dice cup that had been hit by the diamond dice to its limit. This golden dice cup was made of refined copper and was covered with a thick layer of golden paste. It was extremely heavy, and under the double bombardment of the diamond dice and Long Jijia's spiritual energy, it immediately turned into countless copper shavings and gold fragments, spreading out at high speed. Whoosh! Fiery red copper shavings and gold fragments shot out in all directions like a rainstorm. Boom! The luxurious gambling table that was closest to the dice cup was the first to be hit. In an instant, a 3-foot wide hole was blasted open by the rain of metal fragments. Whoosh! The rain of metal immediately rushed towards Long Jijia and Chuizuan. Long Jijia immediately closed his eyes when he saw the rain of metal fragments coming towards him. Buzz! A ball of pure, white spiritual energy the size of a sheet of paper instantly enveloped him and Yamada Keiko, who was standing behind him. Boom! 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 The rain of metal fragments bombarded Long Jijia's protective ball of light, causing countless fiery red sparks to appear. Looking at Chuizuan, who was facing the rain of metal fragments in the blink of an eye, he didn't set up a spiritual energy barrier, nor did he use any movement techniques to dodge. All he did was smile and squint his eyes slightly. Whoosh! When the rain of metal fragments was less than a foot in front of Chui Ziwen, they suddenly stopped and hovered in place. He used only his telekinesis to force the rain of metal fragments to stop. Yamada Keiko's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Countless hot copper shavings and gold fragments floated in place in front of Chui Ziwen, tumbling endlessly like a huge curtain of golden beads. Bang, bang, bang. The rain of metal fragments from other directions directly bombarded the glazed palace lanterns on the ceiling and the emerald screens on both sides of the room. Because of Chui Ziwen's telekinesis, the translucent spiritual energy barriers in front of the dozen or so bookmakers didn't suffer any damage. Whoosh! Chui Ziwen withdrew his telekinesis, and the countless copper shavings and gold fragments floating in front of him instantly fell to the ground. However, the game wasn't over yet. Although the dice cup had exploded, the two cinnabar dice made of polished diamond were still there. Boom! 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 In midair, the two black and red diamond dice were like sworn enemies, crazily colliding with each other. Both of them used their telekinesis to control one of the dice, and from time to time, a loud boom could be heard. The gamblers who were standing on the second floor and craning their necks to look down were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. They stood there motionless, tongue-tied, as if they were in a dream. Whoosh! Seeing that it was difficult to win, Long Jijia waved his hand in the air, and one of the diamond dice instantly flew back to Long Jijia and floated in his palm. Chui Ziwen smiled and snapped his fingers. Whoosh! The other diamond dice also flew from the air and floated above Chui Ziwen's palm. This time, we'll decide a winner with one move. Long Jijia said calmly as he began to activate the diamond dice in his palm. Whiz! Long Jijia's palm suddenly shone with a bright white light, and the diamond dice floating in the air instantly began to spin at high speed under the activation of Long Jijia's overbearing spiritual energy. I'm happy to oblige. Chui Ziwen, who was opposite him, smiled and activated the diamond dice floating in his palm. Chapter 490. The pure white spiritual energy emitted from Long Jijia's palm completely enveloped the black and red diamond die, forming a 9-inch ball of pure white light. Within the ball of light, the diamond die spun incessantly as white lightning danced around it. Sizzle. The red spiritual energy in Chui Ziwen's hand formed a 7-inch large ball of red light in the center of his palm. The diamond die floating within the ball of light trembled rapidly, as if it was ready to attack at any moment. Dozens of red lightning bolts shot out from the red dots on the diamond die and directly wrapped around the red ball of spirit energy in Chui Ziwen's palm, causing a sizzling sound to ring out. The two balls of light illuminated the gambling table in red and white, illuminating the area around it. Whoosh! Long Jijia narrowed his eyes, flipped his palm, and struck towards Chui Ziwen, who was sitting opposite him. Buzz! The 9-inch ball of white light enveloped the rapidly spinning diamond die and shot towards Chui Ziwen at high speed. The ball of light was so fast that it left a trail of white light behind it that was 1 foot long. At the same time that Long Jijia struck, Chui Ziwen also began to move his hands. He bent his fingers into a claw and pushed his palm towards Long Jijia's direction, instantly straightening his 5 fingers. Whoosh! A red light flashed explosively as the diamond die wrapped in red light shot out from Chui Ziwen's palm, whistling in the direction of Long Jijia. The red trail of light that the ball of light carried was actually 3 feet long. In the blink of an eye, the two balls of light, one red and one white, collided in the middle of the two like 2 meteors. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The red light exploded, and the white light splashed everywhere. Thousands of chips, worth 16 million taels of gold, piled up like 2 small mountains on the gambling table, were instantly blown away by the impact of the huge shockwave. Under the collision of the two great powers, the winner was immediately decided. Boom! Chui Ziwen's tyrannical ball of light directly pierced through Long Jijia's white ball of energy in an instant. As for the diamond die in Long Jijia's ball of light, it was directly blasted into black powder by Chui Ziwen's tyrannical spiritual energy. Shua! The diamond die under Chui Ziwen's control broke through the black smoke and continued to shoot towards Long Jijia at high speed, while emitting a sizzling sound. Long Jijia's pupils instantly constricted. The red light illuminated his shocked face. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Chui Ziwen's spiritual energy would be able to completely crush his spiritual energy ball. What a powerful cultivation! No wonder he was called the King of Hell. In a flash, Long Jijia suddenly mobilized 50% of the spiritual power in his body and gathered it in his palm. Bending his fingers into a claw, he directly grabbed the diamond die that was shooting toward him. Bang! The red light shattered, and the airwaves scattered in all directions. Long Jijia's single hand exploded with white light and directly grasped the diamond dice that was wrapped in red light in his hand. Squeak! Even though Long Jijia forcibly caught the diamond dice flying at him at high speed, his body and the chair he was sitting on were still pushed back 3 inches by the huge force coming from his hand. Puff! A burst of white smoke emerged from Long Jijia's hand that was holding the dice. The burning red adamantine die in his hand gradually dissipated the heat in his hand. At this time, in the Dajinshi Palace, everyone had the same expression, including the fat and thin people standing at the door, as well as Yamada Keiko behind Long Jijia. Their eyes were straight, their mouths were wide open, and their faces were full of disbelief. Their ears were still ringing from the explosion just now, and they felt like their heads were about to explode. In the hall, it was extremely quiet, and no one made a sound. Lost, Long Jijia lost. Yamada Keiko, who was stunned, thought to herself, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes today, she would never have believed that the legendary reincarnation of the Black Dragon, Yagyu Long Jijia, would lose. The sect leader won. The dozen or so bankers behind the spiritual energy wall thought to themselves, and a bright smile appeared on their faces. As long as the sect leader made a move, there was nothing that couldn't be done. Long Jijia, who was sitting in the Huali chair, was holding the adamantine die that was emitting white smoke in his hand and looking at Chui Ziwen expressionlessly. The strength of Chui Ziwen's spirit chi and the height of his cultivation had far exceeded his imagination. He finally knew why Chui Ziwen had made those 3 gold coins. With his current cultivation and the strength of the swimming hall, he was indeed qualified to help people realize their wishes. Mr. Long, you let me win. With a smile on his face, Chui Ziwen broke the silence. As he spoke, he picked up the cold herbal tea on the gambling table and took a sip. After hearing Chui Ziwen's words, a smile suddenly appeared on Long Jijia's face, who was sitting across the gambling table. Everyone present was baffled by this smile. The dozen or so bankers looked at each other, and they didn't know why Long Jijia could still smile at this time. Master Chui is too polite. I should be the one who let you win, Long Jijia said to Chui Ziwen with a smile. Oh, Chui Ziwen put down the teacup with a smile. What do you mean, sir? Could it be that Master Chui has forgotten? We are not competing on spiritual energy and cultivation, Long Jijia said as he leaned forward with a smile on his face. We are competing on the number of points. As soon as Long Jijia said this, the expressions of everyone present instantly changed. They had been so focused on watching the show that they had completely forgotten that this was a gamble and not a battle in the arena. The dozen or so bankers standing behind Chui Ziwen could no longer smile. Long Jijia was right. This was only a gamble, and they were competing on the number of points on the dice. One of the 2 adamantine die had already been shattered by Chui Ziwen's spiritual energy, and the remaining one was currently in Long Jijia's hand. As long as Long Jijia casually placed the dice in his hand on the table, he would be able to win the bet. Mr. Long is right. This is only a gamble. We're competing on the number of points on the dice. You bet big, and I bet small. That's all. Chui Zuan, who was sitting in Huali's armchair with a smile on his face, leaned back lazily and said, "Then I'm sorry." "Pa," Long Jija said as he heavily slammed the adamantine die in his hand onto the broken gambling table in front of him. "I won." Long Jija smiled as he slowly removed his hand from the adamantine die. "Lost." This time, Chui Ziwen lost. The bankers, Long Jija, Yamada Keiko, the gamblers on the second floor, and the fat and skinny people standing at the door all thought this. Long Jija had lost his cultivation, but he had won the gamble. Chui Ziwen, who was leaning against Huali's chair, still had a smile on his face as he quietly watched Long Jija, who was about to win. However, when Long Jija completely removed his hand from the adamantine die, the scene in front of him instantly froze the smile on his face. On the adamantine die on the gambling table, there were no points. The holes on the die that were originally filled with cinnabar had completely disappeared. This scene caused everyone present to be dumbfounded once again. Long Jija, whose face was full of disbelief, reached out and picked up the adamantine die. He carefully examined it in front of his eyes. The adamantine die in his hand was still the same one as before. It was black all over and shone brightly. However, unlike before, the cinnabar points on the adamantine die had been completely smoothed out by Chui Ziwen's spiritual power. There was not a single point on it. Since there were no points, it was small. Chui Ziwen had won, whether it was in terms of spiritual power cultivation or this gamble. Since entering ISE Grand Shrine, this was the first time he had lost to someone else. "Pa!" The adamantine die fell from Long Jijia's hand onto the gambling table. It flipped a few times and stopped moving. "I lost this round." Long Ji gently leaned his body against the back of the Imperial Tutor's chair and said with a smile, "I wholeheartedly admit defeat. A win was a win, a loss was a loss. Winning or losing was not worth mentioning to the broad-minded Long Jijia. Mr. Long's words are wrong." After listening to Long Jijia's words, Chui Ziwen smiled. "Even if I won this gamble, so what? Isn't the Dojin Palace still the one who lost money?" "What do you mean by that, Master Chui?" Long Jijia asked with a smile. "Didn't Master Chui win back the 8 million taels of gold? How can you say it was a loss?" "Mr. Long really knows how to joke," Chui Ziwen said with a smile. "I won back the 8 million taels of gold, but my Dojin Palace was almost completely destroyed by Mr. Long," Chui Ziwen said as he looked around with a smile. What he said wasn't wrong at all. After this round of gambling, the originally dazzling, luxurious, and elegant gambling hall on the first floor of the Golden Battle Palace was now completely ruined. The dilapidated, glazed palace lanterns, the gold-plated walls riddled with holes, the pockmarked auspicious beast stone pillars, the fragmented jade screen, and the gold-threaded cedar wood gambling table that had a 3-foot hole blasted open by the metal storm. "Master Chui, don't worry. I will pay for the things that were broken." However, Long Jijia said with a smile to Chui Ziwen, "I can only pay for half of the damage. The other half will be paid by Master Chui. After all, this was a gamble between the two of us. Also, I have to redeem the Emperor's battle blade." "What? Mr. Long still has the capital to redeem the battle blade?" Chui Ziwen said with a smile. "Of course," Long Jijia said as he smiled and spread out his left hand. In his hand, there were 20 gold chips, exactly 200,000 taels of gold. "Ha ha ha!" Chui Ziwen clapped his hands and laughed. "Mr. Long is really meticulous. It seems that I won't be able to keep the battle blade. With money in hand, there's no need to panic," Long Jijia said with a smile. Before he made the bet with Chui Ziwen, he had left 20 gold chips in advance to redeem the Emperor's battle blade. It was not because he did not have confidence in himself, but because he had always done things this way. He never did things that he was not confident in. "Mr. Long, you didn't come to my Dojin Palace just to gamble, did you?" Chui Ziwen asked Long Jijia meaningfully. "It seems that I can't hide anything from Master Chui," Long Jijia said with a smile. "This time, I did come to ask for advice from Master Chui. In that case, please follow me to my humble home." Chui Ziwen said with a smile. That was my intention. Long Jijia replied with a smile. Restore this place to its original state. Also, give Mr. Long a list of his losses. Chui Ziwen said to the dealer behind him. Yes, Sectmaster, the dealer replied. Mr. Long, please. Chui Ziwen said to Long Jijia, and his figure instantly disappeared into thin air. Huizi, go and redeem the battle blade. I will be back soon. Long Jijia said as he put the chips in his hand into Yamada Huizi's hand. Yamada, Huizi nodded slightly. Chapter 491. At the top of the 9-floored stone tower, Chui Ziwen, who was dressed in a black robe with golden threads, and Long Jijia, who was dressed in a white robe, stood side by side, gazing into the distance. It was already late at night. Yikong's Mingyu hung high in the sky, glittering with stars. The stone tower surroundings were quiet, and not a sound could be heard. A breeze blew, and the two's clothes and hair ribbons fluttered. Master Long, I presume you've come because of my master? Chui Ziwen broke the silence and asked Long Jijia. Long Jijia's heart skipped a beat. Chui Ziwen's mention of his master made him feel deeply gratified. Chui Ziwen's cultivation was heaven-defying. His wealth was comparable to that of a nation, and he was no longer a disciple of Mao Mountain. Even so, he still respectfully called Lu Ji his master. That's right. I've come because of Brother Lu's death. The white-robed Long Jijia answered Chui Ziwen directly. Master Long wants to seek revenge. Chui Ziwen, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, turned to look at Long Jijia and asked with a smile. That depends on whether or not Master Chui is Brother Lu's murderer. Long Jijia smiled as he turned to look at Chui Ziwen. In Master Long's opinion, am I not the murderer of my master? Chui Ziwen turned to look into the distance with a smile. If you really were Brother Lu's murderer, I'm afraid you and I wouldn't be speaking like this. Long Jijia turned his head as he spoke. Oh, Chui Ziwen smiled. Does Master Long not think I'm the murderer? How could a leader who cherishes his disciples be the murderer of a respected teacher? Long Jijia said with a smile. Oh, Chui Ziwen asked with a smile. Aren't you afraid that I'm doing this on purpose for you to see? You may be able to fool me, but those disciples under you cannot fool me, Long Jijia said with a smile. I can see that they respect you from the bottom of their hearts, and are definitely not people who are afraid of death. Is that why you don't think I'm the murderer? Chui Ziwen asked Long Jijia with a smile. Just this one spot is enough to see the whole picture. Like master, like disciple, Long Jijia said with a smile. Chui Ziwen smiled, but did not comment. What is Master Chui's opinion on your master's death? Long Jijia changed the topic and asked Chui Ziwen. What do you mean, Mr. Long? Chui Ziwen turned around and asked Long Jijia. Since Sect Master Chui was able to deduce the purpose of this Long's trip, you must also know that Brother Lu faked his death, right? Long Jijia turned his head as he spoke, his eyes fixed on Chui Ziwen. Since Chui Ziwen was not Lu Ji's murderer, Long Jijia did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. He had a feeling that Chui Ziwen must have known about Lu Ji's fake death. Since Mr. Long knows that my master is not dead, why did you come here to find me? Chui Ziwen looked at Yikong and asked with a calm expression. Chui Ziwen's words made Long Jijia's expression change instantly. Everything was as he expected. Chui Ziwen had known about Lu Ji's fake death a long time ago. Master Chui knew about this long ago. Long Jijia asked with a frown. That's right, Chui Ziwen said calmly. I knew about this long ago. So, Master Chui must know where your master is now. Long Jijia asked Chui Ziwen anxiously. If Chui Ziwen knew about this long ago, then he must know Lu Ji's whereabouts, and even the identity of Lu Ji's murderer. I only know that my master is not dead, but I don't know where he is, Chui Ziwen said with a shake of his head. Even Master Chui doesn't know where your master is? Long Jijia asked with a frown. Then how do you know that your master is not dead? 25 years ago, I returned to Mao Mountain alone on the night before my teacher's death anniversary. I secretly went to burn incense and worship in front of my teacher's grave. By chance, I found only a shoe in my teacher's coffin. My teacher's body was not there, said Chuizuan. It was then that I knew my teacher was not dead. And then? Long Jijia continued to ask. Did you try to find him afterwards? No, Chuizuan replied. No. Long Jijia was confused. Why not? I know my master's temper best. Since he did this, he must have his reasons. If I could find him, then he wouldn't have to do this, Chuizuan said calmly as he looked up at the Mingyu and Yikong. That's right. Brother Lu's temper is indeed like that, Long Jijia said with a nod after hearing Chuizuan's explanation. I wonder how he is now. Chuizuan thought about his master, Lu Ji, when he thought about what had happened in the past. If it wasn't for Lu Ji, he might have already left this world, and he wouldn't be alive today. With your current cultivation level, it shouldn't be difficult for you to divine Brother Lu's whereabouts, Long Jijia said to Chuizuan. Although my cultivation level isn't low, this divination technique was passed down to me by my master. At that time, my master's cultivation level was close to that of a true immortal. As long as he didn't want me to know, I couldn't divine any information about him, Chuizuan said as he shook his head. What about the person who poisoned your master and ambushed you? Can you deduce his identity? Long Jijia asked again. Mr. Long, you're really muddle-headed. Chuizuan looked at Long Jijia with a smile. The person who ambushed me used the Mao Mountain's secret technique, the soul-shattering palm. At that time, there were only 3 people who practiced the soul-shattering palm. Who do you think that person is? As soon as Chuizuan said this, Long Jijia's expression changed greatly, and his pupils constricted. Aside from Lu Ji, there were only 2 people who knew the soul-shattering palm. One was Chuizuan, the eldest disciple of Mao Mountain, and the other was Lu Ji's only son, Lu Yuanshan. The person who poisoned Lu Ji and injured Chuizuan was actually him. The shocked Long Jijia simply couldn't believe his own ears. One had to know that Lu Yuanshan was Lu Ji's only son. How could he do such a disgraceful thing? Impossible, impossible, Long Jijia said with a pale face. It can't be him. Chuizuan smiled faintly and looked at the stars without saying anything. Long Jijia's reaction was within his expectations. No one would be able to believe such a thing. However, this was the truth, and it couldn't be changed by believing it or not. There must be a mistake. There must be a mistake. Long Jijia looked up at Chuizuan and said anxiously, how could he do something as evil as patricide? If you don't believe me, you can go back to the ISC Grand Shrine and ask your Amaterasu to see if I'm right. Chuizuan said calmly to Long Jijia while admiring the bright moonlight. The Amaterasu great god was a god, and naturally saw through everything. Long Jijia's eagle eyes were wide open, and his brows were tightly knitted. He kept recalling the details of Lu Yuanshan's actions, secretly sensing outside the side hall, hiding the soul-shattering palm before entering the door, gathering in chi after, and a 1,000-year zombie demon pretending to be a Mao Mountain disciple. All of this happened to coincide with what Chuizuan had said. Thinking of this, the anger in Long Jijia's chest burned fiercely. This bastard is worse than a pig or a dog. He actually did such a thing to deceive his master. Long Jijia cursed. Chuizuan listened quietly and did not say anything. If you knew that he was the murderer, why didn't you go to the Mao Mountain all these years and cut that unfilial son of yours into pieces? Long Jijia said angrily. My master is not dead, so why would I go to him for revenge? Chuizuan said plainly. Even if I went to the Mao Mountain, as long as my master is not standing in front of him alive, what evidence would I have to prove that he was the murderer? I can't say that I figured it out myself, can I? Long Jijia frowned and said nothing. If that happened, not only would he refuse to admit to his crime of patricide, but he would also use the power of the entire sect to fight me in the name of avenging his father. Chuizuan continued. What do you want me to do when that time comes? I can't just wipe out the entire Maoshan sect, can I? Generations of Maoshan sect masters worked hard to create the Maoshan sect that it is today, and I was once a disciple of the Maoshan sect. If I did that, I would be deceiving my master, and I would be no different from Lu Yuanshan. So, "You just going to leave him be?" Long Jijia frowned and asked Shui Ziwen, "With your current level of cultivation, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son. It's the teacher's fault for not learning." Shui Ziwen turned his head to look at Long Jijia. To Lu Yuanshan, Binshur is both his father and his master. The matter of cleaning up the family should be his responsibility, not mine. If my master was truly dead, I could kill Lu Yuanshan without a proper burial. However, my master is not dead, and I have no right to ask about it. Then, what about the slap he gave you? Are you just going to let it go like that? Long Jijia asked Shui Ziwen. He's the only son of my master, and we used to be in the same sect. For the sake of my master in the Maoshan sect, I'll let it go. Shui Ziwen smiled and said, "I'll put the blame on Matsumoto Takeyoshi." Matsumoto Takeyoshi? Shui Ziwen's words shocked Long Jijia. Does this have something to do with Matsumoto Takeyoshi? My master and I met Matsumoto Takeyoshi at Longhu Mountain back in the day, Shui Ziwen recalled. He was a citizen of the Ming dynasty back then, and he even donated 1,000 taels of silver as incense money to the Maoshan sect. Is that so? Long Jijia frowned. Since then, he has often come to the Maoshan sect to discuss matters with my master, Shui Ziwen said. In fact, since then, Matsumoto Takeyoshi had already been in contact with Lu Yuanshan. Are you saying that? Long Jijia looked shocked. He seemed to understand what Shui Ziwen meant. That's right. Shui Ziwen looked at Long Jijia and continued. In the matter of Lu Yuanshan poisoning my teacher and framing me, Matsumoto Takeyoshi played a role in adding fuel to the fire. Without his support and instigation, Lu Yuanshan would not have done such a thing no matter how bold he was. Long Jijia was shocked after hearing Shui Ziwen's words. He knew that Matsumoto Takeyoshi's influence was deeply rooted in the Ming dynasty, and it had even spread to the imperial court. However, he never expected that a righteous sect like the Maoshan sect would have become Matsumoto Takeyoshi's minions. Chapter 492. On the coast of the East Sea. Night. On the roof of the ship, Yi Fan, dressed in white, stood with his hands behind his back as he looked up at the vast starry sky. Today was the 15th day of the lunar calendar. The full moon hung high in the sky above Yikong, shining brightly. The clear and cold moonlight shone on the calm surface of the sea, creating ripples of light. Baihu, with a tuft of red hair on her forehead, lay quietly at Yifan's feet and looked up at Yifan from time to time. Whoosh, whoosh. The gentle waves gently hit the side of the ship, creating a pleasant rustling sound. A gentle breeze blew, and Yifan's silver hair fluttered gently. During this period of time, after returning from Flaming Dragon Town, he gathered his qi and meditated during the day, practicing the method of alchemy that Shui Ziwen had taught him. At night, he admired the moon on the top of the ship, comprehending the words that Yi Ming had told him. When Yi Ming asked him to admire the moon more, he obeyed and looked at the Mingyu every night until late at night. However, after so many days, he still could not understand the mystery behind Yi Ming's words. The moon was still the moon, and he was still himself. Everything was the same as before. However, even so, Yi Fan still believed in Yi Ming's words. He knew that what Yi Ming said was a heavenly secret. He could not say it aloud and could only comprehend it. As for when he could comprehend the mystery, it would depend on his own luck. Thinking of his current progress, Yi Fan's expression became serious. He already knew the specific location of 2 of the 9 divine cauldrons. This was originally a good thing, but Yi Fan could not feel happy. The biggest problem he faced now was not finding the cauldrons, but his own strength. Without the power of the Yin-Yang immortal, everything was in vain. Looking at Yi Kong's Mingyu, Yi Fan's mind replayed the scenes of him and his beloved wife in Phoenix Cry Mountain's Lingyun Cave. At that time, every full moon night, the husband and wife would prepare delicacies and go to the moon gazing pavilion at Phoenix Cry Mountain's peak to admire the moon. When they were in the mood to drink, The husband and wife would each hold a sword and saber and practice with each other. At that time, Mingyu was high up in the sky, with a beauty by his side, a blessed place, a zither heart, and a sword heart. How free and unfettered, how delightful. But today, Mingyu was still the same. Things remained the same, but people had changed. The river and the sky are one, without a single speck of dust, the bright moon in the sky. Yi Fan recited emotionally. At this moment, he felt like the lonely moon in Yikong. Lonely, cold, and sorrowful. He was out of tune with the vast sea of stars. Wu, Baihu, who was lying at his feet, heard Yi Fan recite a poem. She immediately looked up at Yi Fan and whimpered softly. Although she was now Baihu, she knew Yi Fan's worries better than anyone else. When Yi Fan saw Baihu whimpering, he immediately bent down and held Baihu in his arms. Baihu obediently lay in Yi Fan's arms and licked Yi Fan's face with her pink tongue. Yi Fan smiled and dodged. Other than the white fox, there was no one else who could make him smile. Yi Fan understood that Xiao Zhao did not want to see his worried and depressed appearance. Even if she was now Baihu, she still had to find a way to make him smile. Her feelings for him were as heavy as a mountain and as deep as the sea. Xiao Zhao, today is a full moon night. Brother Yi will show you a sword dance. How about it? Yi Fan stroked Baihu's forehead and said to Baihu with a smile. Xiao Zhao felt sorry for him. But how could he not feel sorry for Xiao Zhao? He had once heard Xiao Zhao tell him that his previous life, Eldritch, had taught her a sword dance in the cave. Now that the Mingyu was in the sky and the blue sea was shining, why didn't he recreate that scene and dance for Xiao Zhao to please her? Hearing that Yi Fan wanted to perform a sword dance for her, Baihu's eyes instantly lit up. Pada! Pada! Baihu's excitement was beyond words, and she licked Yi Fan's face again. All right, Aya. Yi Fan smiled and dodged continuously. After Baihu finished licking Yi Fan, she jumped down from Yi Fan's arms and obediently sat to the side, waiting for Yi Fan to perform his sword dance. Yi Fan smiled and reached out to pull out the cold dragon sword that was coiled around his waist. At this moment, there was a Taotai scabbard at the end of the cold dragon sword, and the small silver snake coiled around the sword hilt had turned into a dragon's tail that was wrapped in dragon scales and coiled with auspicious air. Buzz. Following the sound of a tiger's roar and a dragon's roar, Yi Fan slowly pulled out the cold dragon sword that was radiating with splendor and rising cold air from the Taotai scabbard. Xiao Zhao, Brother Yi has embarrassed himself. Don't laugh at your brother Yi, Yi Fan said to Baihu with a smile as he kept the Taotai scabbard in his bosom. Wu! Baihu took small steps from afar and anxiously urged Yi Fan to hurry up. Yi Fan smiled and slowly walked to the bow of the ship. He held the sword with one hand and pointed the tip of the sword to the ground as he closed his eyes and concentrated. The cold and bright moonlight enveloped Yi Fan's body with a layer of faint brilliance. The sea breeze blew over, and Yi Fan's white robe was slowly blown up and swayed slightly. Baihu stared at Yi Fan with a pair of sparkling eyes and a face of shock. At this moment, Yi Fan's expression was exactly the same as Eldritch's more than 300 years ago. It was as if he was the same person. They were both wearing white robes and holding a sword with one hand. Both of them had their eyes closed and were concentrating. No matter if it was their expression or actions, they were exactly the same. In a daze, Baihu seemed to have seen Eldritch from back then. Swoosh! Just as Baihu's mind was drifting, Yi Fan, who was standing at the bow of the ship, opened his eyes. The tip of his foot lightly tapped the bow of the ship, and his body instantly turned into a white stream. He rose up from the ground and rushed straight for Yikong. Baihu raised her head to look at the sky, and tears streamed down from her eyes. Eldritch's starting posture when he was practicing his sword was also like this. He turned into a white stream and rushed straight to the sky. Whoosh! Yi Fan held his sword with one hand and looked forward proudly. His body went straight to the blue dome of heaven. Under the moonlight, Yi Fan's long silver hair and white robe fluttered in the wind. Whoosh! 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 When Yi Fan rushed up to 1,000 feet in the air, he instantly waved the frost dragon sword in his hand and threw out 3 white sword arcs. The 3 sword arcs were more than 3 feet long, and they rushed toward Yi Kong while spinning. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening sounds of breaking through the air resounded through the clouds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 3 moves, Yi Fan stood in the air and started to dance with his sword. Silver light flashed in Yi Kong's hand, and the sword light broke through the air. The cold air was like hundreds of silver snakes, and the sword light was like thousands of white streams, flying up and down. The sword technique that Yi Fan was practicing was originally an ordinary sword technique. It couldn't be more ordinary. It was the basic sword technique that Yi Kong had taught him when he was young. However, the same set of sword techniques in the hands of different people would naturally display different powers. In the hands of an ordinary person, this set of sword techniques could only strengthen the body and put on a posture at best. However, in the hands of Yi Fan, this sword technique was used by him to display the effect of the sword technique of the immortal sword. Under the moonlight, a large mass of white light was like a snowball. The cold air was overflowing, and the light was flashing, competing with the moonlight. Baihu, who was on the ship, was dazzled and intoxicated. It was as if she had returned to that scene in the past. Every time Eldritch performed a sword dance in the past, she would stand at the side and watch quietly, just like now. Whoosh! Yi Kong's Yi Fan was in the mood for the sword dance. He swung his hand toward the sea below, and the frost dragon sword in his hand, which was surrounded by white light and cold air, instantly flew out of his hand and whistled down. The frost dragon sword was like a white stream of light, and the tail of the sword light was 3 feet long. The frost dragon sword was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was less than 3 feet away from the sea. The sparkling sea was instantly illuminated by the light emitted by the frost dragon sword. Whoosh! Just as the tip of the frost dragon sword was about to touch the sea, Yi Fan's figure suddenly appeared above the sea, and he held the hilt of the frost dragon sword with one hand. Baihu was stunned at first. Then, she jogged to the bow of the ship with an excited expression. At this moment, if she wasn't Baihu, she would definitely applaud Yi Fan's exquisite swordsmanship. Yi Fan smiled, and he slowly rose up and landed lightly on the bow of the ship. Whoosh! As soon as Yi Fan's feet touched the ground, Baihu immediately jumped into Yi Fan's arms and started licking Yi Fan again. How is it? Brother Ye's swordsmanship isn't bad, right? Yi Fan smiled as he dodged Baihu. Woo! Baihu cried out excitedly, swaying her snow-white fox tail continuously. As long as it was Yi Fan's swordsmanship, she would like it. Silly girl, Yi Fan said with a smile as he held the sword in his hand and hugged Baihu in his arms. He lightly tapped his feet and leaped onto the roof of the ship. Whoosh! After leaping onto the roof of the ship, Yi Fan casually inserted the cold dragon sword into the deck of the ship. Then, he hugged Baihu and sat down on the floor. Phew! Yi Fan let out a long breath. After a round of swordsmanship, the gloominess in his chest was immediately swept away. At this moment, he felt refreshed, and his pores were unobstructed. He felt indescribably satisfied. Whoosh! Baihu jumped down from Yi Fan's arms and ran away. After a while, Baihu came back with a food box in her mouth. Yi Fan smiled and patted Baihu's head. Then, he took the food box from Baihu's mouth. Xiao Zhao's concern for him could be said to be meticulous. Even when he was sleeping at night, Yi Fan could feel Baihu using her mouth to cover him. Yi Fan saw all of this and remembered it in his heart. Although she had the body of a fox, she was still like the gentle and kind little girl from before. She only knew how to care for others and never thought about herself. Just as Yi Fan opened the food box, Baihu stuck her head out and took out a bottle of sake and placed it in front of Yi Fan. Nowadays, drinking before sleeping had become one of Yi Fan's habits. Whether it was the sake from Japan or the green bamboo leaf and new urhong that Matsumoto Takeyoshi specially prepared for him, he would always drink a big bottle of them before going to bed. It wasn't because he was addicted to alcohol, but because if he didn't get drunk, he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. His mind was filled with the image of his beloved wife. In the past, he would use the method of tapping his sleeping acupoints to force himself to sleep. However, this method didn't work for the current. Now that his spiritual chi cultivation had reached the earth-shattering realm, and he also had 2,000-year-old inner cores, one yin and one yang, in his body, not to mention tapping his acupoints, even if he was hit on the head, he wouldn't be hurt at all. Every time he tapped his sleeping acupoints, in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the spiritual chi in his meridians would automatically flush it out. It was completely ineffective. Since then, he started to use alcohol to numb himself, and the stronger the alcohol, the better. In the beginning, no matter how strong the alcohol was, it couldn't make him sleep peacefully. Once the alcohol entered his body, it would be automatically broken down by the spiritual chi in his body before it could enter his blood. Later, he thought a way to solve this problem. That was before the strong alcohol was broken down by the spiritual chi. He could directly use his spiritual chi to force the alcohol into his blood and then move it to his brain, causing him to instantly feel dizzy and fall into a deep sleep. Xiao Zhao, who was in the dark, thought that Yifan liked to drink, so she would always pass the wine bottle to Yifan. Yifan smiled, picked up the wine bottle, opened the cork, and prepared to drink it in one gulp. Buzz, just as Yifan placed the wine bottle next to his mouth, the cold dragon sword that was stuck in the deck of the ship let out a humming sound, and then began to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Yifan frowned, immediately put down the wine bottle, stood up, and walked over to the cold dragon sword. What's going on? Could it be a warning from the divine weapon? As Yifan thought about it, he used his 5 senses to acutely sense the movements around him. However, after a careful inspection, he didn't find anything wrong. Buzz, just as Yifan was puzzled, 2 green rays of light shot out from the eyes of the silver snake on the hilt of the cold dragon sword, shooting straight at the wooden planks on the deck of the ship. Whoosh! A green light appeared on the wooden planks. Within the green light, a large number of ancient seal scripts were densely arranged. Above the ancient seal scripts, 4 3-inch-long ancient seal scripts were reflected in Yifan's eyes. Yifan didn't see them, but when he saw them, he was so shocked that the wine bottle in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, scattering in all directions. Chapter 493. The green light trembled, and the ancient seal was strong and powerful. Yifan, whose face was full of shock, bent down and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Eldritch's supreme secret technique, the proud moon heavenly scripture, was actually sealed in this cold dragon sword. This huge secret was hidden right under his nose, and he actually didn't know anything about it. At this moment, Yifan finally understood what Yi Ming had said to him. The reason why Yi Ming wanted him to admire the moon so much was so that he could one day discover this huge secret hidden in the cold dragon sword and obtain this supreme secret technique. When he thought of this, Yifan knelt down on one knee and began to eagerly read the ancient scripts that were reflected on the wooden planks of the ship. Proud moon heavenly scripture, with Qi as the guide, with the moon as the master, 9 layers of cultivation, 10,000 immortals helpless. Eldritch, the opening verse written by Eldritch was only 25 words, but after Yifan read it, his blood boiled and his heart was wild with joy. What a good moon as the master. What a good 10,000 immortals helpless. In this world, other than Eldritch, no one else would have such an arrogant tone. Since this proud moon heavenly scripture could make 10,000 immortals helpless, it must have a strength stronger than immortals. As long as he mastered it, he would definitely be able to break the barrier of the divine cauldron and obtain the secret technique pattern. Thinking of this, Yifan's heart suddenly jumped wildly. Chico could be saved. As Yifan thought about it, he suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and continued reading. Next was the general outline of the proud moon heavenly scripture. Just like the mysterious sky secret that Brother Kim had passed on to him, this proud moon heavenly scripture was also divided into 9 chapters. Crescent Moon Chapter waning moon chapter, full moon chapter, shocking moon chapter, bright moon chapter, tyrant moon chapter, lonely moon chapter, proud moon chapter, and blood moon chapter. The 9 chapters represented 9 different realms. Every 3 realms would attract a heavenly tribulation, and only after safely passing the tribulation could one continue to cultivate. When one reached the 9th level, they would reach the realm that Eldritch had mentioned. 10,000 immortals are bound. The power of this supreme martial art was so overwhelming that it was on par with the Xian Tianji. The cultivation method of the mysterious sky secret technique was to absorb the extreme yang energy of heaven and earth, walking the path of becoming a saint with one's body. However, the cultivation method of the proud moon heavenly scripture was the exact opposite, absorbing the extreme yin energy of heaven and earth, walking the path of cultivating one's soul and refining one's soul. The two of them were yin and yang, hard and soft. One tempered the body, while the other tempered the soul. There were different approaches to achieving the same result. Though the 2 techniques were different, the result was the same. Once the cultivator reached the highest level, he would be able to attain the Tao and become a saint. Since it was a supreme technique, the cultivation method was naturally different from other cultivation methods. Let's talk about cultivation time first. The proud moon heavenly scripture was not like other spiritual energy cultivation methods that could be cultivated at any time. There was no time limit. If one wanted to cultivate this supreme technique, they had to choose a night with a full moon. Otherwise, their spiritual energy would leak out, and all their previous efforts would be wasted. If it was light, they would go berserk, and their mind would be in chaos. If it was heavy, their meridians would be broken, and their soul would scatter. In addition, the 9 realms had to be cultivated over a period of 9 years. In other words, one could only cultivate 1 realm each year. Otherwise, the spiritual energy absorbed would not be able to merge with one's soul. In the end, the spiritual energy would go berserk, and one would die on the spot. This was nothing to Yi Fan. He understood in his heart that the more supreme the skill, the greater the risk one would have to bear. This was very normal. What made him feel the most regretful and strange was that the green seal text only recorded the 1st chapter of the proud moon heavenly scripture, the crescent moon chapter. The other 8 chapters did not appear. Yi Fan was pleasantly surprised, but he frowned. At this time, his mind was filled with all kinds of questions. He had obtained a frost dragon sword when he was 18 years old. Why did he only find out today that the frost dragon's sword hid the supreme technique? Was it because the frost dragon had a spirit, or was it a coincidence? Also, why was there only 1 chapter of the chant? Where were the rest of the chants? How could he obtain the other 8 chapters? What realm did the proud moon heavenly scripture have to be cultivated to reach the level of an immortal? Countless questions constantly appeared in Yi Fan's mind, and he could not get rid of them. Since he couldn't figure it out in a short time, he would not think about it for the time being. The current plan was to recite the supreme technique's general outline, cultivation method, and the chant for the 1st realm as soon as possible. Thinking up to this point, Yi Fan composed himself and began to memorize the ancient seal text that was projected by the frost dragon sword. After making sure that he had recited the ancient seal text without missing a single word, Yi Fan reached out and pulled out the frost dragon sword from the deck of the ship. Buzz! The moment the frost dragon sword touched Yi Fan's hand, it immediately returned to its original state, and the green light disappeared. Yi Fan held the sword upside down and vigilantly sensed his surroundings. He wanted to make sure that no one else knew about this. The sea waves surged, and the sea breeze blew gently. Everything was the same as before. After making sure that no one was secretly observing them, Yi Fan stood up and said to Baihu, "Xiao Zhao, let's go in." The man and the fox returned to the cabin one after the other. After returning to the cabin, Yi Fan first used his spiritual energy to lay down a layer of spiritual energy barrier that was 3 feet thick around the ship. Then he sat down on the praying mat and carefully examined the frost dragon sword in his hand. The frost dragon sword in his hand was glaring with a cold light, and the cold air was dense. There was nothing strange about it. Yifan thought for a moment, then stood up and walked to the cabin's window. He opened the wooden window that was half a foot wide. As soon as the wooden window was opened, a bright ray of moonlight shone through the window. Yifan pointed the hilt of the frost dragon sword in his hand at the moonlight. Buzz! The frost dragon sword emitted a crisp sound, and two green lights shot out from the eyes of the small silver snake on the hilt, directly projecting onto the wooden wall opposite the window. The ancient seal text of the proud moon heavenly scripture appeared on the wall once again. It was indeed like that. Yifan was alarmed. When the frost dragon sword was illuminated by the moonlight on a full moon night, the supreme technique sealed within would be revealed. But this way, there was another problem. Ever since he had obtained the frost dragon sword, it was common for him to play with divine weapons on a full moon night. When he and his beloved wife played with swords on a full moon night, the frost dragon sword would also be illuminated by the moonlight. However, something like today had never happened before. How could this be explained? Could it be that the frost dragon sword automatically unsealed itself? As soon as this thought came to mind, Yifan was instantly stunned. Wait a minute, unsealed? Didn't the frost dragon sword unlock a portion of its seal after obtaining the Taotai sword sheath? The frost dragon sword only had one of the 9 sheaths, and only one of the 9 chants of the proud moon heavenly scripture. These two were definitely not a simple coincidence. As Yifan came to a realization, he scolded himself inwardly. Back then, when true monarch Fire Dragon gave him the Taodai sword sheath at the Fire Dragon Temple, he had personally told him that when the Taodai returned to the body and reunited with the father and son, a portion of the seal on the frost dragon sword would be unsealed after obtaining the power of the Taodai. Thinking about it, the frost dragon sword was able to project one of the 9 chants of the 9 chants because 1/9 of its seal had been broken. In other words, as long as the 9 sheaths returned, the frost dragon sword would completely break through its seal, and all the chants of the proud moon heavenly scripture would be revealed. However, while Yifan was overjoyed, he quickly fell into deep thought. The 9 sheaths returning was easy to say. As a high immortal of the heavenly court, the white-robed dragon had only given him 1 sheath. To find the remaining 8 was easier said than done. With a solemn expression, Yifan took out the Taodai sword scabbard from his bosom and sheathed the frost dragon's sword back into its scabbard. He then placed it back into his waist. Now, other than finding the whereabouts of the 9 cauldrons, he also had to find the 9 sheaths of the frost dragon. With a heavy heart, Yifan closed the ship's window and sat back on the praying mat. Although he had already obtained the first chants of the proud moon heavenly scripture, and it was the night of the full moon, he did not have any plans to practice it tonight. When he was reciting the chants, he realized that the proud moon heavenly scripture's chants were profound, broad, and profound. Every word contained a supreme secret. He had just obtained the chants and had yet to study them deeply before rashly cultivating them. It was truly a taboo. Now that he had a heavy responsibility, every step was difficult. He could not allow himself to make the slightest mistake. If he made the slightest mistake, he would lose everything. He decided to use a month's time to study the secret technique and completely comprehend the proud moon heavenly scripture's crescent moon heavenly scripture before the next full moon. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yifan was deep in thought, a series of knocks came from outside the cabin. Yifan was very familiar with this sound. It was Akatsuki. Buffon-kun, are you there? Akatsuki's anxious voice came from outside. After hearing Akatsuki's voice, Yifan stood up from the praying mat and quickly walked to the cabin on the first floor. Intensive knocks on the door, anxious tone. Akatsuki must have encountered something. After opening a hole in the spirit barrier around the cabin door, Yifan pushed open the cabin door. Outside the cabin door, a red-clothed Akatsuki stood there with a slightly flustered expression. In her hand, a cold light radiating from the blade was already unsheathed. What happened? What happened? Yifan asked with a frown. He and Akatsuki had known each other for so long, but this was the first time he saw her unsheathe her blade. Are you all right? Akatsuki, whose face was covered with a veil, asked anxiously while looking up and down at Yi Fan with her pair of beautiful eyes. Akatsuki's words made Yi Fan baffled. "What can happen to me?" Yi Fan asked with a puzzled expression. "Did you just fight with someone?" Akatsuki asked nervously. "Fight?" Hearing Akatsuki's question, Yi Fan was surprised at first, but then he understood what was going on. This Akatsuki must have thought that the sound of his sword breaking through the air was a fight with someone. Thinking of this, Yi Fan smiled. "You're still smiling?" Akatsuki, who was holding the blade, asked anxiously. "What's the matter with the sword chi here? Are you injured? Did that person leave?" Akatsuki said, while looking around vigilantly. "That person has been driven away by me," Yi Fan deliberately said to Akatsuki in a calm tone. "Why did you only come now?" I was taking a bath, so..." Akatsuki, whose face was red, hurriedly explained to Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't speak, quietly looking at Akatsuki. Are you injured?" Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. "Who was that person? Why did he fight with you?" Akatsuki asked. Chapter 494. I'm so anxious, and you're still in the mood to joke with me. In the cabin, Akatsuki, who was sitting across from Yi Fan, stroked Baihu in her arms as she spoke to Yi Fan. After learning that Yi Fan was just practicing his swordsmanship to relieve his boredom, her hanging heart finally settled down. "You're making a fuss over nothing." Yi Fan smiled as he poured a cup of sake and placed it in front of Akatsuki. "This place is surrounded by experts. Who would have the guts to come here and cause trouble? Are they tired of living?" "It's because this place is surrounded by experts that I'm worried about your safety." Akatsuki, whose face was covered by a veil, looked up at Yi Fan and said meaningfully. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat as he looked up at Akatsuki. "You're alone here, so you must be careful." Akatsuki lowered her head and stroked Baihu's fur as she said calmly, "Do you know that I really thought they were going to attack you just now?" Akatsuki's words warmed Yi Fan's heart. No wonder Akatsuki was holding her sword with an anxious expression. She was worried that Matsumoto Takeyoshi would attack him in advance. This woman was worried about his safety. "You thought that Matsumoto Takeyoshi would send someone to kill me?" Yi Fan asked. "Yes." Akatsuki responded. "Don't worry. He won't do anything to me before the 9 cauldrons are found." Yi Fan said calmly as he raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. "Matsumoto Takeyoshi never does things according to common sense. The safer you feel, the more dangerous it is." Akatsuki looked up at Yi Fan and said. Yi Fan was stunned. He didn't think that Akatsuki would take the initiative to say such words to him. "If Matsumoto Takeyoshi really sent someone to kill me, what would you do? Join them?" Yi Fan put down his wine cup and picked up the wine pot to refill it. "Of course I will help you," Akatsuki said without raising her head. "Why?" Yi Fan asked with a frown. Akatsuki's answer surprised him. "Because you're a good person, and good people don't deserve to die." Akatsuki, who was hugging Baihu, stared at Yi Fan with her beautiful eyes and calmly said. Looking at the determined Akatsuki, Yi Fan fell silent. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. "What? You don't believe me?" Akatsuki asked when she saw that Yi Fan was silent. "I believe you," Yi Fan replied. "I'm just a little surprised." "Thank you," Akatsuki said to Yi Fan. "Thank you for believing in me." "You don't have to thank me," Yi Fan calmly said to Akatsuki. "If there really is such a day, you don't have to help me. Just don't become my opponent." After hearing Yi Fan's words, Akatsuki didn't respond. Yi Fan was also silent. The two sat quietly like this. They could only hear the rustling of the waves against the side of the boat and the bubbling of the boiling water on the tea stove beside them. "Are we friends now?" After a long time, Akatsuki broke the silence and asked Yi Fan. "Yes," Yi Fan replied. "We are friends." "That's good," Akatsuki said as she picked up the wine cup in front of her. She covered it with her long sleeve and drank the wine in the white porcelain cup. Yifan quietly looked at Akatsuki, not saying a word. Have you heard? During the few days we went to Fire Dragon Town, Sato Kawakai and Fujita Tsuyoshi found the location of a divine cauldron. Akatsuki put down the wine cup, changed the topic, and said to Yifan, "What?" Akatsuki's words shocked Yifan. He asked anxiously, "They found a divine cauldron? Where is it?" He didn't expect Matsumoto Takeyoshi to know the whereabouts of the third divine cauldron so quickly. "I heard that it's in the northeast of the Great Ming Dynasty, near Changbai Mountain." Akatsuki said to Yifan, "I just heard about it. Where did you get this news?" Yifan asked, "Is the news reliable?" "The news came from a ninja under Matsumoto Takeyoshi." Akatsuki said, "The news should be reliable." "Should be?" Yifan frowned and looked at Akatsuki. "After meditating in the sleeping cabin this afternoon, I had nothing to do, so I went out to take a breather," Akatsuki said. At this time, a small boat quickly approached the warship. 3 people in the Great Ming Dynasty's attire came up from the boat, and I recognized one of them. It was a ninja from my hometown that I was familiar with. "Hometown?" Yifan asked in return. "Did you get this information from your fellow villager?" Akatsuki nodded. "There must be something wrong with this." Yifan looked at Akatsuki and said, "Why do you think so?" Akatsuki asked. "Matsumoto Takeyoshi's subordinates are all the elites of Japanese ninja, and they are all loyal to him. How could they reveal such important information to you?" Yifan said as he picked up the wine pot and poured wine into Akatsuki's glass in front of him. "Even if you put a knife to their neck, they won't say a word to you." What he said was the truth. Rather than saying that Matsumoto Takeyoshi's men were ninjas, it was more accurate to say that they were men of sacrifice. Their loyalty to Matsumoto Takeyoshi was at its peak. Even if Matsumoto Takeyoshi ordered them to commit suicide, they would not even bat an eyelid. "I owe this person a favor, so he shouldn't lie to me," Akatsuki said as he politely reached out to hold the wine glass in front of him. "You owe him a favor? What favor?" After filling Akatsuki's glass, Yifan put down the wine pot and raised his head to ask, "He is a fellow villager of mine. Before I pledged my loyalty to Matsumoto Takeyoshi, I saved his life." Akatsuki said, "This person is very loyal, so he shouldn't lie to me. How many years have you not seen each other?" Yifan asked Akatsuki. 7 or 8 years. "Why?" Akatsuki asked back. 7 or 8 years is enough to change a person," Yifan said as he picked up the sake and took a sip. Obviously, he was skeptical about Akatsuki's information. "You mean he is lying to me?" Akatsuki frowned and asked Yifan. "I can only say that it is possible." Yifan put down the wine glass and said, "He won't lie to me. Do you know why?" Akatsuki looked at Yifan with her beautiful eyes. "Because he also told me a big secret about Matsumoto Takeyoshi." "Big secret?" Yifan frowned and asked, "What big secret?" "Shadow Troop," Akatsuki said. "Shadow Troop?" Yifan asked. "Yes, Shadow Troop." Akatsuki said, "Before Matsumoto Takeyoshi came to the Great Ming Dynasty, he secretly sent hundreds of people to hide in the Great Ming Dynasty. These people's identities were extremely secretive, and they hid in the Great Ming Dynasty for more than 10 years. "More than 10 years?" Yifan's expression changed. "So long?" Akatsuki nodded. "Who are these people? Why are they hiding in the Great Ming Dynasty?" Yifan asked. "Their current identities are all elites in the Great Ming Dynasty. Medicine, mining, military equipment, salt industry, textile industry. In short, there are people from all 360 industries. Whether it is the underworld or the legal world, there are people from Matsumoto Takeyoshi. Moreover, they are all outstanding people in their respective industries." Akatsuki said with a grave expression. When these words came out, Yifan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He only knew that Matsumoto Takeyoshi had great influence in the imperial court. However, he never thought that Matsumoto Takeyoshi had already secretly infiltrated the entire Great Ming Dynasty. Now, as long as Matsumoto Takeyoshi wanted to, the Great Ming Dynasty's economy would instantly collapse. What a scheming Matsumoto Takeyoshi! He had quietly taken control of the economic lifeline of the great Ming dynasty. How does he know this secret? Yi Fan asked with a frown. It's very simple, because he is a member of the Shadow Troop. Akatsuki calmly said to Yi Fan. After Yi Fan heard this, he lowered his gaze and fell into deep thought. Originally, he did not believe the news that Akatsuki brought about the Divine Cauldron, but now it seemed that the news might be true. The Shadow Troop's infiltration was completely in line with Matsumoto Takeyoshi's style of doing things. There was no doubt about this. You just said that they found the location of the Divine Cauldron? Yi Fan raised his head and asked Akatsuki. Yes, Akatsuki replied. That is to say, this Divine Cauldron is already in their hands? Yi Fan asked. Akatsuki shook his head. Matsumoto Takeyoshi gave a strict order to only find out the whereabouts of the Divine Cauldron, and no one else is allowed to act on their own. Akatsuki said to Yi Fan. Yi Fan's expression was serious as he slowly nodded his head. Everything was as Shinzi had said. Matsumoto Takeyoshi had long known the secret of the 9 Divine Cauldrons. The reason why he only found out the location of the Divine Cauldron and did not send anyone to touch it was because he was afraid that the Divine Cauldron would disappear again. That day, Qin Chunzi had told him that the 9 Divine Cauldrons had long since gained intelligence. Its location often changed, whether it was at the peak of a mountain or within the waves. Once it sensed the strength of the outside world, it was very likely that it would change location. However, when he thought of this, Yi Fan suddenly raised his head. That day, he had used 90% of the power of the mysterious sky secret technique to try and break the Divine Cauldron barrier in the Sisui River. He wondered if the Divine Cauldron would leave the Sisui River because of this. If that was the case, then things would be really difficult. Since the Divine Cauldron had intelligence, its hiding place would definitely be even more secretive. If he wanted to find it again, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yi Fan's expression became ugly. Right now, he had 2 things to do immediately. First, he had to confirm the location of the 3rd Divine Cauldron as soon as possible. Second, he had to return to the Sisui River and see if the Divine Cauldron at the bottom of the river was still there. Thinking of this, Yi Fan stood up from the futon. Where are you going? Akatsuki saw the change in Yi Fan's expression and immediately asked. Go and prepare. Come with me. Yi Fan said to Akatsuki as he put on the wide Japanese white robe. Go out? Now? Akatsuki asked in surprise. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Yi Fan said as he took out the white jade mask and put it on his face. What's so urgent? Akatsuki stood up from the futon. Go and prepare. If there's anything you want to say, we'll talk on the way. Yi Fan took Baihu from Akatsuki's hands and placed it on the back of his neck. Then, he covered it with a wide hat. All right, I'll go prepare now. Wait for me. Akatsuki heard Yi Fan's serious tone and knew that this was a serious matter. She did not ask any more questions. She turned around and went downstairs. She opened the cabin door and used her movement skill to rush towards the warship. A red shadow soared into the sky. Yi Fan, who was dressed in a white robe, slowly walked to the deck and looked at the red shadow in a daze. Chapter 495. In Yikong, Mingyu was hanging high in the sky, and the stars were flashing. Yi Fan and Akatsuki stepped on the auspicious clouds and quickly flew south. Where are we going now? Yu Hongji, who was wearing a red crystal mask, asked Yi Fan under the 5-colored spirit chi. We will go to Sisui first, and then to Changbai Mountain. Yi Fan kept urging the auspicious clouds while answering Akatsuki. Sisui, Akatsuki asked in confusion. Why are we going to Sisui? She could guess Yi Fan's purpose of going to Changbai Mountain, but she couldn't guess why Yi Fan wanted to go to Sisui. To tell you the truth, there is indeed a divine cauldron in Sisui River. Yi Fan turned his head and said to Akatsuki, There really is a divine cauldron in Sisui River? Akatsuki asked in surprise. Yes, Yi Fan answered. Last time I went to the bottom of Sisui River, I found the existence of a divine cauldron. He now trusted Akatsuki very much, so he decided to tell her this. Akatsuki turned her head and looked at Yi Fan thoughtfully. She didn't expect that Yi Fan would take the initiative to tell her this secret. Then what was the matter with the loud noise that came from Sisui River that day? Did an expert fight with you? Akatsuki asked the question that she had always wanted to ask, but didn't ask. I will take you into the water in a moment, and you will naturally understand. Yi Fan answered. His answer was very clever. He didn't need to reveal the secret, and he could let Akatsuki know the truth. You want to take me into the water? Akatsuki's voice was a little nervous. What? Are you scared? Yi Fan turned his head and asked Akatsuki. I don't know how to swim. Akatsuki replied in a small voice. You're Japanese, but you can't swim? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Japan was an island country surrounded by the sea. Most of the people there were good swimmers. And Akatsuki, a top expert in Japan, actually didn't know how to swim. This caused Yi Fan to be in disbelief. Why? Do Japanese always know how to swim? Seeing that Yi Fan was smiling, Akatsuki retorted. No, I'm just asking, Yi Fan explained with a smile. Akatsuki smiled under the mask. Now, Yi Fan's attitude towards her was no longer the same as before, where he kept her at arm's length. At the entrance of the cabin, Yi Fan smirked at her. Just now, Yi Fan took the initiative to tell her that there was a cauldron in the Sisui River. Now, for the first time, he was joking with her, saying that she couldn't swim. The cold Yi Fan removed his guard against her and began to trust her. The relationship between the two also gradually changed. Everything was as Yi Fan said. They were not only partners, but also friends. Akatsuki enjoyed this change. What's wrong? Are you angry that I said you couldn't swim? Yi Fan saw that Akatsuki didn't speak and asked. Am I that petty? Akatsuki said as she glanced at Yi Fan with her beautiful eyes. Don't worry. Even if you don't know how to swim, I can take you down, Yi Fan said to Akatsuki with a smile. Of course, if you are afraid of water, you can wait for me on the shore. Who told you that I'm afraid of water? Akatsuki turned her head and asked Yi Fan. Since you're not afraid of water, why can't you swim? Yi Fan asked with a smile. I don't like water, but I'm not afraid of water. Akatsuki argued. Your tongue is beginning to draw circles. Who would believe that you're not afraid of water? Yi Fan smiled and turned his head. You. Yi Fan's words made Yu Hongji so angry that she couldn't say anything. In fact, Yi Fan was right. Although her cultivation was not shallow and her ninjutsu was exquisite, there were two things that she was most afraid of. One was insects with many hands and feet, and the other was water. As soon as she entered the water, she would involuntarily become nervous. Her nimble limbs would become numb and stiff, and she wouldn't know how to move. It's not a big deal that you don't know how to swim. In fact, I'm also a non-swimmer. Yi Fan saw that Akatsuki's beautiful eyes were wide open in anger, and said to Akatsuki with a smile. He was a northerner, so he really didn't know how to swim. Under the mask, Akatsuki turned her head to look at Yi Fan and pursed her lips into a smile. Since you know that there's a cauldron under the water, why do you still want to go down? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan, puzzled. I want to confirm whether it is still there and whether it has been taken away by others. Yi Fan tactfully answered Akatsuki's question. Akatsuki nodded. Under Yi Fan's constant urging, the two of them took less than half an hour to arrive above the Sisui River. We're here, Yi Fan said as he stopped the auspicious clouds under his feet and slowly descended. It was already late at night, and the surroundings were quiet. Only the sound of the flowing river and the occasional sound of insects in the grass could be heard. After the two of them landed, Yi Fan waved his long sleeve, and the auspicious clouds under his feet immediately dispersed and disappeared. Is the divine cauldron under the water? Akatsuki looked at the rippling Sisui River and asked Yi Fan. At the bottom of the Sisui River, there is a huge, deep hole. At that time, the divine cauldron was in the deep hole. Yi Fan, who was wearing a white jade mask, looked at Akatsuki and asked, Deep hole? Akatsuki said in surprise, There's a deep hole at the bottom of the river. She originally thought that the divine cauldron was only at the bottom of the Sisui River. She never thought that there would be a deep hole at the bottom of the river. Do you want to come with me? Yi Fan asked. I. Akatsuki was at a loss for what to do. Wait for me on the shore. I'll be right back. Yi Fan saw that Akatsuki was hesitant and made up his mind. As he spoke, he walked towards the Sisui River and prepared to enter the water. Wait a moment. Akatsuki called out to Yi Fan from behind. Yi Fan turned around and looked at Akatsuki. I'll go with you, Akatsuki said as she came to Yi Fan's side. What? You're not afraid of the water? Yi Fan asked Akatsuki with a smile. With you here, I'm not afraid. Akatsuki raised her head and looked at Yi Fan with a firm gaze. When their eyes met, Yi Fan immediately turned his head away. Under the moonlight, Akatsuki's beautiful eyes rippled, bright and clear. They were almost the same as Fujiwara no Chiko's eyes. Yi Fan was afraid that he would fall into her eyes, so he didn't dare to look at her. Well, you'll enter the water with me, Yi Fan said as he grabbed Akatsuki's wrist and jumped down from the riverbank. Akatsuki closed her eyes and screamed as she instinctively grabbed Yi Fan's arm with both hands. Shwa! Just when their feet were less than a foot away from the surface of the Sisui River, Yi Fan mobilized his spiritual power and activated the water avoidance pearl in his arms. Buzz! A transparent ball of light 9 feet in size instantly appeared around the two of them and completely wrapped them up. Splash! There was a sound of water splashing, and the two people wrapped in the ball of light instantly jumped into the Sisui River. Inside the ball of light, Akatsuki closed her eyes and tightly held Yi Fan's arm with both hands. She didn't dare to breathe. You can open your eyes. Yi Fan lowered his head and said to Akatsuki. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Akatsuki slowly opened her eyes. At first glance, Akatsuki was so shocked that she couldn't believe her eyes. Under the bright moonlight, the water grass swayed in the river, the fish shuttled back and forth, and the river rocks were colorful. It was a beautiful underwater scene. Around her, a huge transparent ball of light separated the river water. It was sparkling and translucent. How is it? The scenery here is good, right? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Akatsuki urged the water avoidance pearl and slowly dived into the river. It's so beautiful here. Akatsuki, who went into the water for the first time, let go of Yi Fan's arm and looked at everything around her with a surprised face. She let out a heartfelt praise. Yi Fan smiled and didn't speak. He was now worried about whether the divine cauldron was still in the Sisui River, so he didn't have the mood to enjoy the underwater scenery. When the water avoidance pearl sank to a foot from the bottom of the river, Yi Fan changed the direction and urged the water avoidance pearl to float downstream at high speed along the river. When we reach the black hole, you must concentrate your mind and don't let your imagination run wild. Otherwise, you will fall into the illusion here, Yi Fan said to Akatsuki, who was constantly looking around. Illusion? There is an illusion here. Akatsuki turned her head to look at Yi Fan and asked in surprise. There is not only an illusion here, but it is also very powerful. Yi Fan said to Akatsuki, if it wasn't for Xiao Zhao last time, I'm afraid I would have been buried here. When he thought of the last time he fell into the illusion, Yi Fan still had a lingering fear. He was not afraid of how strong the opponent's spiritual power was, nor was he afraid of how powerful the opponent's weapon was. He was only afraid that the opponent would unknowingly cast an illusion on him, because he was thinking about his beloved wife Fujiwara no Chiko all the time. This gave the opponent an opportunity to cast an illusion. Yi Fan hated this kind of dirty trick, but except for being careful, he didn't have any effective means to deal with this kind of technique. You can rest assured hypnosis and illusion are very common in ninjutsu. I can deal with it, Akatsuki said to Yi Fan. You know hypnosis and illusion? Yi Fan turned his head and asked Akatsuki, slightly surprised. I know a little, Akatsuki replied. That's great. Yi Fan said, if you see something wrong with me, don't forget to pull me out of the black hole." Yifan understood that Akatsuki's words of no a little were completely modest. He had heard Onajiro talk about Akatsuki. Her swordsmanship was superb, and her ninjutsu was exquisite. This was Onajiro's evaluation of Akatsuki. Since Akatsuki said that hypnosis and illusion are very common in ninjutsu, it proves that she is proficient in this field. "You have been affected by the illusion here last time. This time you shouldn't be affected a second time," Akatsuki said to Yifan. Although illusion is powerful, it is often only effective the first time. If the victim can break it the first time, it is almost impossible to trap the victim with illusion next time. The illusion here can see through people's minds. "You will see what you think in your heart," Yifan said to Akatsuki. "The last time I saw Chico, I was almost addicted to it and couldn't extricate myself." Akatsuki turned her head and looked at Yifan, but didn't speak. She understood that Yifan missed his wife too much, so it was easy for him to be affected by the illusion. This man is too infatuated. Yifan urged the waterproof light orb to move forward. After a cup of tea's time, a huge suction force began to appear, and the speed of the waterproof light orb was getting faster and faster. Chapter 496. "Is that the black hole you were talking about?" Akatsuki asked Yifan. It was clear that she had also sensed the huge suction force. Yifan nodded. He circulated his spiritual power and began to slow down the floating speed of the ball of light. Under the influence of Yifan's overbearing spiritual power, the ball of light became slower and slower until it finally came to a steady stop. In front of the two of them, a huge black hole suddenly appeared. The black hole was over 100 feet in size, and there was not a single trace of light. It looked extremely frightening, as if a monster would rush out of it at any moment. Akatsuki's face under the crystal mask turned pale, and her face was filled with shock. It was clear that she was frightened by the underwater black hole in front of her. She was already afraid of water. Now that there was such a huge black hole in the depths of the water, how could she not be afraid? If not for Yifan by her side, she would have already broken down. Should we go down?" Akatsuki looked at the black hole in front of her and carefully asked Yifan. She was afraid that her voice would attract the monster out of the black hole. "No need." Yifan, who was wearing the white jade mask, shook his head and said, "I will know if the sacred cauldron is inside or not once I try." "Try? How?" Akatsuki asked nervously. "Hold on to me tightly and don't let go." Yifan turned his head and said to Akatsuki. After hearing Yifan's words, Akatsuki grabbed onto Yifan's arm and did not let go. She could not guess what method Yifan was going to use to test if the sacred cauldron was inside or not. However, since Yifan asked her to hold on to him tightly, he must have his reasons. Yifan turned his head and looked at the black hole. He bent his left hand slightly and began to gather spiritual power. Buzz. As Yifan's overbearing spiritual power continued to gather, a 5-color ball of light instantly appeared in Yifan's palm. The ball of light was 7 inches in size and shone brightly. Red, purple, white, gold, and green. The 5 colors intertwined and rotated slowly in Yifan's palm. It was extremely beautiful. Whoosh! Yifan narrowed his eyes and suddenly pushed the ball of light in his hand toward the black hole. Whoosh! The ball of light broke through the water and whizzed toward the depths of the black hole. He was going to use his spiritual power to test if the sacred cauldron was still there. After the ball of light left his hand, there was no movement for a long time. Yifan's, that was the cauldron of the sacred cauldron of light. This black hole was several hundred feet deep. It would indeed take some time for his spiritual energy ball to offset the buoyancy of the river water and reach the bottom of the hole. The scene before Yue Hongji's eyes widened in shock. Yifan's ball of light had been in the sacred cauldron of sacred cauldron for some time, but there was no sound at all. This could only mean one thing. Either Yifan's spiritual power had been swallowed by the sacred cauldron, or Yifan's ball of light had yet to reach the bottom. Regardless of which possibility it was, Akatsuki couldn't imagine it. Buffon couldn't. Akatsuki wanted to ask Yifan what was going on. Shoo! Yifan interrupted Akatsuki's words and motioned for Akatsuki to keep quiet. Akatsuki understood tacitly and kept quiet. Buzz, just as the two of them were focused on the sacred cauldron of sacred cauldron, a golden suddenly appeared in their line of sight. The golden dot of light grew bigger and bigger, accompanied by a faint rumbling sound. It was golden light. It was the golden light reflected by the barrier. The enchantment was still there. The divine cauldron was still there. The scene in front of him made Yifan happy. It seemed that his previous worries were unnecessary. The location of the divine cauldron under the Sisui River had not changed. Presumably, it was because the divine cauldron knew that it was unable to break through the barrier with its own strength, which was why it did not move. Buzz? Yifan thought to himself as he mobilized his spirit energy. He set up a 5-colored spirit energy barrier that was more than a foot thick in front of the sphere of light. At the same time, he urged the sphere of light to retreat quickly. Boom! Just as the water-repelling light ball retreated to the edge of the black hole, tens of thousands of huge golden light pillars, as thick as bowls, surged up from the black hole and spurted out. The earth-shattering golden light beam illuminated the bottom of the Sisui River within a radius of several hundred feet around the black hole. Shwa! The waterproof light sphere that the two of them were in was quickly lifted up by the water current caused by the golden light pillar, quickly rushing towards the surface of the water. Akatsuki, who was hiding inside the light sphere, tightly held onto Yifan's arm as she stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before her. She felt like she was in a dream. She did not expect the power of the divine cauldron barrier to be so tyrannical. Since she was young, she had seen countless barriers, but this was the first time she had seen such a powerful and tyrannical barrier. Boom! Tens of thousands of golden light pillars swept up the thick water pillar and instantly broke through the surface of the Sisui River, like a huge golden dragon rising up with its head held high. Shwa! The waterproof light sphere that enveloped Yifan and Akatsuki also rushed out of the water and broke through the waves. The moment they came out of the water, Yifan silently recited the immortal art and used the cloud riding technique. Shwa! Clouds instantly gathered under the feet of the two of them, steadily lifting the two of them straight up into the sky. When the golden light dissipated, the auspicious clouds under the feet of the two of them were already high up in the sky. Akatsuki took a few deep breaths and released Yifan's arm. From the sky to the bottom of the river, and then from the bottom of the river to the sky. The rapid change of scene made her feel as if she was in a dream. Are you all right? Yifan, who was activating the auspicious clouds, saw that Akatsuki was silent and turned his head to ask Akatsuki. I'm fine, Akatsuki replied. I just can't calm down. This is your first time entering the water. It's normal for you to have such a reaction. Yifan turned his head and said, That day, you made such a big commotion at night. Was it you who dealt with the divine cauldron barrier at the bottom of the Sisui River? Akatsuki asked Yifan. Yifan nodded. I never thought that this divine cauldron barrier would be so powerful. Even with your spiritual energy cultivation, you were unable to break it. Akatsuki sighed. The power of this barrier is extraordinary. With my current cultivation, I am unable to do anything to it. Yifan said, There's one thing I don't understand. Akatsuki said to Yifan, Since you have already found 2 divine cauldrons, why don't you tell Matsumoto Takeyoshi about this? Don't you have an agreement between you two? Every time you find 3 divine cauldrons, you could get back one of your wife's 3 souls. I do have an agreement with him to exchange 9 cauldrons for 3 souls. Yifan replied calmly, But that's just my stopgap measure. No matter what, I won't give him the 9 cauldrons. Stopgap measure? Akatsuki was shocked after hearing that, and asked Yifan. That's right. Yifan replied, If you don't find the 9 cauldrons for him, how are you going to save your wife? Akatsuki asked Yifan doubtfully. As long as I find all 9 cauldrons, I naturally have a way to save my wife. I don't need to beg Matsumoto Takeyoshi, Yi Fan said to Akatsuki. When Akatsuki heard Yi Fan's words, she was startled at first, but then she came to a realization. Only now did she understand Yi Fan's true intentions. Matsumoto Takeyoshi was looking for the 9 cauldrons, and Yi Fan was also looking for the 9 cauldrons. Cooperating with Matsumoto Takeyoshi was just a pretense. Yi Fan's true intention was to use Matsumoto Takeyoshi's power to find the 9 divine cauldrons. What a good move, building one path in the open while secretly plotting another in the dark. What a good move, pushing the boat with the current, beating them at their own game. No matter how smart Matsumoto Takeyoshi was, he would never have thought that Yi Fan would have such a move. What's so special about the divine cauldrons that they can save your wife? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan again. I can't answer that question. Yi Fan turned his head to look at Akatsuki. It's not that I don't believe you, but if I tell you, it won't be good for either of us. The secret of the 9 cauldrons was a heavenly secret. Those who rashly revealed the heavenly secret would definitely be punished by the heavens. Akatsuki looked at Yi Fan's serious expression and nodded lightly. She completely believed Yi Fan's words, because Yi Fan had promised her that he would never lie to her again. Where are we going now? Changbai Mountain? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded. Sato Kawakai and Fujita Takashi should be at Changbai Mountain now. If we go there rashly, won't we arouse their suspicion? Akatsuki asked. We can't alarm the 2 of them this time. We can only act secretly, Yi Fan replied. What? Yi Fan's words made Akatsuki very puzzled. Matsumoto Takeyoshi had promised Yi Fan that he could act freely and without restraint as long as he was with her. Based on this, Yi Fan could swagger to Changbai Mountain and confirm whether the cauldron they found was one of the 9 legendary cauldrons. Why would such an open and above-board thing be done secretly? Akatsuki did not understand. You are really muddle-headed. Yi Fan smiled at Akatsuki. Think about it. If we suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them like this, how could Matsumoto Takeyoshi not be suspicious? You have to know that he did not inform the 2 of us about the discovery of the divine cauldron. This way, even a fool can guess that someone leaked the news. With Matsumoto Takeyoshi's methods and scheming, it would be easy for him to find out who the traitor is. At that time, not only will your fellow countryman lose his life, I'm afraid that you will be implicated as well. After hearing Yi Fan's words, Yu Hongji's forehead began to break out in cold sweat. Yi Fan was right. Once the 2 of them were discovered, they would be in big trouble. She only cared about helping Yi Fan find out about the divine cauldron and completely forgot that she was also taking a huge risk. Then what should we do now? Akatsuki calmed herself down and asked Yi Fan. Sato Kawakai and Fujita Takashi must be guarding the divine cauldron right now. We can't get close at all. We will think of a way when we get there, Yi Fan replied. Okay. Akatsuki nodded. Yi Fan did not say anything else. He urged the auspicious clouds under his feet and focused on hurrying. The 2 of them traveled as fast as lightning, chasing after the stars and the moon. After 2 hours, the 2 of them entered the Changbai Mountains. It was almost dawn, and the scenery below the auspicious clouds was reflected in their eyes. Below them, there were layers upon layers of mountains, beautiful mountains and rivers, waterfalls rumbling, and forests undulating. It was a scene of thriving vitality. Yi Fan saw that they had already entered the sky above the Changbai Mountains and immediately slowed down. We are here. Yi Fan looked down and said to Akatsuki beside him, This is the Changbai Mountains. The mountains here are high and the forests are dense. The terrain is complicated. I wonder where the divine cauldron would be. Akatsuki looked down at the dense forest and said with a frown. Chapter 497. After the clouds dispersed, the 2 of them landed in the dense forest. It was a large primeval forest with pine trees and towering ancient trees. There was no end in sight. Is this Changbai Mountain? Why is it all forest? After landing, Akatsuki looked around and asked Yifan. We're still some distance away from the main peak of Changbai Mountain. It's almost dawn now. Let's rest here. Yifan looked around and said to Akatsuki, Why aren't we going to the main peak? Why are we resting here? Akatsuki asked Yifan in confusion. We're facing our own people this time, Korisato and Takashi Fujita. Yifan turned around and said to Akatsuki, They're both masters. They're familiar with our appearance and aura. If we act rashly, they might discover us. The mountains here are high and the forest is dense. It's 100 miles away from Changbai Mountain. This way, we can cover our tracks and get there at any time. Akatsuki nodded. Yifan was right. Korisato and Takashi Fujita were both top masters in Japan. They were familiar with their aura. If they approached them rashly, they would expose their tracks. Find an open space to rest, and pick up some firewood to start a fire. I'll go hunt some game. I'll be back soon, Yifan said to Akatsuki. They had not slept or drunk since last night. They needed to replenish their food and recover their strength. Okay, Akatsuki replied. Yifan turned around and walked away slowly on the thick leaves. After taking a few steps, he turned back again. What's wrong? Akatsuki asked when she saw Yifan turn back. I forgot to tell you, Yifan said to Akatsuki. The mountains here are high and the forests are dense. Wild beasts run amok. Tigers and black bears often appear. You must be careful. If you encounter danger, just shout for help. I will be there soon. You underestimate me too much. Akatsuki laughed. If I can't even deal with tigers, leopards, and black bears, why would I come to the great Ming dynasty? Yifan was taken aback. Then he smiled awkwardly. He had forgotten that Akatsuki was a Japanese expert. I was thinking too much. Please don't take it to heart. Yifan smiled and turned around, slowly walking away. Under the mask, Akatsuki's lips curled into a smile. Yifan's concern made her very happy. Right now, he didn't think of himself as a Japanese expert, but as a woman. In less than 10 minutes, Baihu, with a tuft of red hair on its forehead, ran out happily from the depths of the forest. It had accompanied Yifan on the ship for a long time. Other than the cabin and the sea, there was no place for it to relax. Now that it was in the primeval forest, it was naturally very comfortable and happy. Behind it, Yifan held 2 pheasants in his left hand and his wide clothes in his right hand. His clothes were filled with all kinds of wild fruits. This was a primeval forest. There were birds, beasts, and all kinds of wild fruits. You guys are back so soon, Akatsuki said to Yifan as she stroked Baihu's forehead. You're not slow either. You picked up so much firewood and so many mushrooms, Yifan said as he looked at the high pile of firewood and the hazel mushrooms on the ground. This is really a good place. Akatsuki said to Yifan as she took the pheasant and wild fruits from Yifan's hand. I just found a mountain spring not far away. The water is very sweet. Pheasant with hazel mushrooms, mountain spring with wild fruits. Looks like we're in for a treat today. Yifan sat down under the tree opposite Akatsuki. You and Xiao Zhao rest. I'll clean up the pheasants and make something delicious for you guys. Akatsuki stood up with a smile, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to clean up the ingredients. You and Xiao Zhao rest. I'll do it this time. Yifan stood up and said to Akatsuki with a smile. You'll do it. Akatsuki's eyes lit up. You know how to cook too? Xiao Zhao and I ate the food you cooked every day on the ship. It's quite embarrassing, Yifan said with a smile. This time I'll show you my skills and let you taste my cooking. The divine cauldron at the bottom of the Sisui River was still there. The secret technique of the proud moon heavenly scripture had appeared, and the divine cauldron on Changbai Mountain had appeared. These 3 things made Yifan very happy. You can do it, but don't waste these 2 pheasants, Akatsuki said with a smile. Don't underestimate me. I'll make you laugh in a moment. Yifan smiled as he picked up the hazel mushrooms and the pheasant. Can't laugh. Yu Hongji asked. Why can't you laugh? Because my mouth has been stuffed by the pheasant, Yifan said with a smile. Okay, I'd like to see it, Akatsuki said with a smile. You and Xiao Zhao wait here. Wash the fruit and make the fire. I'll be back soon, Yi Fan said as he turned and walked towards the mountain spring that Akatsuki had mentioned. The raging fire quickly burned, and the dry firewood was burned with a crackling sound. I'm back. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yi Fan slowly walked over with 2 huge mud balls in his hands. Why are you holding 2 mud balls in your hands? Where's the pheasant? Where's the mushroom? Akatsuki saw the situation and asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan chuckled. You don't understand, do you? This is called beggar's chicken. It's a famous dish. Akatsuki looked puzzled. She didn't understand what kind of famous dish could be made with a lump of black mud. Yi Fan came to the fire with a smile. He used a branch to push away the charcoal under the fire, then buried the 2 mud balls in his hands and covered them with charcoal again. Done, Yi Fan said as he kept adding firewood to the fire. You'll be drooling in a while. What a pity for these 2 fat chickens, Akatsuki said as she looked at the fire regretfully. Beggar's chicken. It didn't sound like something delicious. Yi Fan smiled and continued to add firewood. When are we going to find out the location of the divine cauldron? How we find it? Akatsuki asked Yi Fan. For safety reasons, we have to wait until midnight tonight, Yi Fan said to Akatsuki as he stirred the fire. The divine cauldron is not easy to find, but it's easy to find Sato Kawakura and Fujita Takashi. As long as we find the 2 of them, we can find a location of the divine cauldron. Akatsuki nodded. This was indeed a good idea. Then what do we do during the day? Akatsuki asked. Eat, sleep, practice chi, meditate, close your eyes to rest, daydream, think. Do whatever you want. Yi Fan smiled. It's still early now. You haven't slept all night. Take a nap. I'll wake you up when the pheasants are ready. Okay. Akatsuki nodded. Her spirit chi cultivation was far inferior to Yi Fan's. She felt a little tired after not sleeping all night. Akatsuki lay down on the soft straw pile and fell asleep with her sword as her pillow. Yi Fan pulled out half of the fire and piled it beside Akatsuki to prevent the moisture and insect from hurting Akatsuki's body. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. It was already early in the morning and the sky was bright. All kinds of unknown bird calls rose and fell one after another, lively and pleasing to the ear. A few golden rays of sunlight passed through the thin fog in the forest and poured over the woodland covered with fallen leaves. It seemed mysterious and quiet. Yi Fan, who had taken off his mask, sat by the fire and fiddled with the charcoal. Baihu lay quietly beside him. The man and the fox enjoyed this rare, early morning time. The fire in front of him reminded Yi Fan of the scene when he met his wife in the cave on Mount Qingyan. At that time, he was still a young boy. After eating the roasted hare, he still had to look at her face under the veil. In the end, he was directly pushed out of the cave and fell to the ground. Thinking of the scene at that time, Yi Fan smiled. You're thinking of your wife again, aren't you? Akatsuki had stood up at some point. She looked at Yi Fan and asked, Otherwise, why would you smile so happily? You're awake? Yi Fan collected his thoughts and looked at Akatsuki. Aren't you going to sleep a little longer? I'm afraid you'll burn the pheasant and won't be able to sleep well. Akatsuki smiled. You woke up at the right time. This pheasant should be almost done. Yi Fan chuckled as he pushed away the charcoal on top of the fire. He then pulled out the 2 big balls of mud that were buried inside. At this time, the mud balls had been completely dried by the charcoal fire and were extremely hard. Looking at the 2 black mud balls in front of her, Akatsuki came to Yi Fan and asked with a frown, This thing, can it be eaten? You'll know soon. Yi Fan smiled as he moved his spirit energy and patted one of the mud balls in the air. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and the mud ball cracked. A tempting fragrance immediately filled the air. Inside the cracked mud ball, a golden fat pheasant came into Akatsuki's sight. This is the beggar's chicken you mentioned? Akatsuki looked at the golden fat pheasant in front of her and asked in surprise. She was proficient in Japanese cuisine, but it was the first time she had seen this cooking method. My beggar's chicken is not ordinary. Come on, try it. Yi Fan smiled as he lifted the entire fat chicken. He held a drumstick in each of his hands. With a gentle twist of his hands, he split the chicken into two. Inside the pheasant, the smooth and fresh hazelnut mushroom soup overflowed and was extremely fragrant. Mushrooms! Akatsuki was surprised. You put mushrooms in the pheasant. There's a famous dish in the Northeast called stewed chicken with mushrooms. There is no pot here, so I put the hazelnut mushrooms into the pheasant's stomach. Yi Fan smiled and handed half of the pheasant to Akatsuki. Try it and see if it is as delicious as your Japanese cuisine. Akatsuki carefully took the pheasant from Yi Fan, then raised her head and looked at Yi Fan with a pair of beautiful eyes. This was the first time Yi Fan had cooked for her, so she was a little flattered. Take off your mask and eat behind the tree. I won't peek. Yi Fan smiled at Akatsuki. Okay. Akatsuki stood up and went around the big tree next to the fire. Come on, Xiao Zhao. This drumstick is for you. Yi Fan pulled off a fat and tender drumstick from the other half of the pheasant and handed it to Baihu beside him. Baihu was stunned and looked at Yi Fan with a puzzled face. Ever since it entered Pear Blossom Palace, it had been a vegetarian. This was something Yi Fan knew. Xiao Zhao, you can eat as much as you want this time. It will be fine. Yi Fan moved his head close to Baihu's ear and laughed softly. You are now a fox and need nutrition. It is not a violation to eat meat once in a while. Also, Brother Yi will keep this a secret for you and won't let your mother-in-law know. Don't worry. Baihu looked at Yi Fan, then looked at the pheasant drumstick in Yi Fan's hand and began to hesitate. Chapter 498. After hesitating for a moment, Baihu took the drumstick from Yi Fan and ate it gently on the ground. That's right. Yi Fan reached out and touched Baihu's forehead. He and Xiao Zhao had known each other for so long, but this was the first time he cooked for Xiao Zhao. Thinking of this, Yi Fan felt guilty. Is it delicious? Yi Fan asked Baihu. The white fox lifted its head to look at Yi Fan and nodded. It then lowered its head and continued to eat the drumstick. Brother Yi will cook for you again if there is a chance in the future. Yi Fan looked at Baihu and said, Your beggar's chicken tastes really good. Behind the tree, Akatsuki said to Yi Fan while eating the fat and tender pheasant. It's just that the name is a bit unpleasant. As long as it's delicious, it doesn't matter if the name is pleasant or not. Yi Fan said as he tore off the other drumstick from the pheasant and put it in his mouth. After the time it took to eat a meal, the two golden, fat, and tender pheasants were completely eaten by the two humans and one fox. I didn't expect a person like you to have such skills. Akatsuki, who was leaning against the tree, said to Yi Fan. A person like me? Yi Fan asked Akatsuki, What kind of person am I? Your Yi family is as rich as a country and has a prominent status. You are the eldest son and the eldest grandson of the Yi family. Logically speaking, it is impossible for you to cook in the kitchen. Akatsuki said with a smile. Then what should I be like? Yi Fan asked Akatsuki with a smile. With a toothpick in my mouth, a bird in a cage, and a few thugs behind me, flirting with good women on the street. Something like that. Akatsuki smiled with a trembling body. Yi Fan smiled. I've seen many rich kids in Japan, but this is the first time I've seen someone like you. Akatsuki said to Yi Fan with a smile. Why? Are you the daughter of a wealthy family in Japan? Yi Fan asked Akatsuki. If I were the daughter of a wealthy family, I would be enjoying life in Japan at this time. Why would I be here? Akatsuki smiled. Since you're not the daughter of a rich family, why did you say that you've met many rich kids? Yi Fan, who was leaning against the tree, asked Akatsuki as he reached out to hold Baihu in his arms and gently stroked her. Baihu closed her eyes comfortably. I've been by my master's side since I was young. Naturally, I've seen many rich kids. Akatsuki said to Yi Fan, from the emperor and the shogunate to the daimyo and the chamberlain, I've seen almost all of them. You've been with your master since you were young? Yi Fan asked in confusion. Yes, Akatsuki answered. I was abandoned by my parents when I was just 1 month old. If it weren't for my master, I would have been eaten by wild dogs. You're an orphan? Yi Fan frowned and asked Akatsuki. Yes. Akatsuki nodded. Yifan didn't say anything. Akatsuki's words reminded him of his mother. On his first birthday, his mother left him a letter and left him. Thinking about how he would see his biological mother 2 years later on the Mid-Autumn Festival, Yifan felt an inexplicable, strange feeling. He didn't know what kind of feeling it was. Was it love? A mother and son reunion? Was it hate? Abandoning her husband and son? He didn't understand. I've never understood why my parents abandoned me back then. I really want to ask them in person, Akatsuki said calmly. Are your biological parents still alive? Yifan asked. I don't know. Akatsuki shook her head and said, What's the use of asking them? Yifan said calmly. Since they could heartlessly abandon you, they naturally didn't take you seriously. It's better not to meet such parents. Akatsuki didn't say anything. Say something else. Yifan saw that Akatsuki was sad and tried to persuade her. Yes. Akatsuki, who was sitting under the tree, hugged her knees and nodded. Why are you wearing a veil? Is it sect rule? Yifan changed the topic and asked, Why are you asking this? Akatsuki looked up at Yifan. I'm just curious. Yifan smiled. Do all Japanese girls like to wear veils? Why? Have you seen other Japanese girls wearing veils? Akatsuki asked. Of course I have. Yifan smiled. My wife was wearing a veil when we first met, but her veil was white while yours was red. Your wife wears a veil because she's a beauty. I wear a veil because I'm ugly and I'm afraid of scaring others. Akatsuki smiled at Yifan. Scaring others? Is it that ugly? Yifan asked with a smile. Yes, it's ugly. Akatsuki smiled. If others see my face, they'll be scared to death. If that's the case, then why are you still carrying a sword? Yifan smiled. If you meet an opponent, just take off your veil. You can kill them without leaving a trace. Akatsuki smiled. That a good idea? Yifan smiled and didn't answer. He only asked this question to change the topic. As for whether Akatsuki wore a veil or not, it didn't affect him at all. Master made me wear a veil when I was young, Akatsuki said. After so many years, I've gotten used to it. If you keep wearing it, how will you get married in the future? Yifan smiled. He doesn't even know what you look like. How will he dare to marry you? If he really likes me, he naturally won't care about what I look like. At that time, I'll naturally show him my true face. Akatsuki looked up at Yifan and said lightly, You're murdering your husband. Yifan smiled. You just met the person you like, and you're already scaring him to death. Akatsuki was stunned at first, then she giggled. However, just as Akatsuki was laughing, the smile on Yifan's face suddenly disappeared. He put the white jade mask back on his face and quickly stood up. A spiritual aura was quickly approaching him. For some reason, he felt that this spiritual aura was similar to the spiritual aura on Xiao Zhao's body at that time. What's wrong? Akatsuki saw Yifan suddenly stand up and knew that something had happened. She immediately got up quickly, picked up the sword beside her, and asked in a low voice, A spiritual aura master is approaching. Yifan, who was wearing the white jade mask, stared at the dense forest in the east and said, A spiritual aura master? Akatsuki frowned and asked, Is it Sadokawa Kai and Fujita Takashi? Judging from the aura, it's not them. Yifan frowned and said, Not them? Then who could it be? Akatsuki asked doubtfully. I don't know. Yifan replied. How many people are coming? And how far are they from us? Akatsuki continued to ask. One person, less than 30 miles away from us. Yifan said calmly. 30 miles. Akatsuki was shocked when she heard this number. She didn't expect Yifan to be able to sense a spiritual aura master from 30 miles away. How high would his cultivation be to be able to do that? Could it be a passing master? Akatsuki asked Yifan. No, Yifan replied. Why not? Akatsuki asked. Because he also sensed me. Yifan replied. Yifan's words shocked Akatsuki again. Who exactly was this person? How could he sense them from 30 miles away? The white fox jogged over to Yifan's side. Both of its eyes stared straight towards the east without moving an inch. Yifan lowered his head to look at Baihu's reaction, then looked up to the east and suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Yifan muttered to himself. What's the matter? Akatsuki asked. This person isn't a human. He's a fox like Xiao Zhao, Yifan said. The spiritual aura of this incoming master was almost identical to that of Xiao Zhao. In addition to Baihu Xiao Zhao's reaction, Yifan was able to deduce the identity of this person. Fox. Akatsuki was shocked. Yifan nodded. I don't know if this person is a friend or foe. Akatsuki frowned. Whether he's a friend or foe, we'll know in a moment. Yifan said. Whoosh! A gust of wind came from afar and quickly approached. He's here, Yifan said. What a fast movement technique. He covered a distance of 30 miles in the blink of an eye. Akatsuki was secretly surprised. Whoosh! Akatsuki was still in shock. Suddenly, a green shadow appeared in the distance of the forest. The speed of this shadow was extremely fast. It was 3 feet above the ground and was flying towards them at high speed. Whoosh! The leaves on the ground of the forest were blown away by the strong wind generated by this person's movement technique. Yifan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He wore a white jade mask on his face. He calmly looked at the approaching green shadow. Whoosh! The cyan shadow stopped about 10 feet away from the two of them. Whoosh! The green light gradually dissipated, and a young man in his 20s appeared in front of them. This person was wearing a green robe and square cloth shoes. He had delicate features, red lips, and white teeth. He was dressed like a scholar. This person's face lit up with excitement as soon as he saw Yifan. Benefactor, please accept a bow from this little fox, the young man said as he knelt on the ground. He then kowtowed to Yifan. This scene made Yifan and Akatsuki look at each other in dismay. They didn't understand what was going on. Who are you? Why are you kowtowing to me? Yifan asked the young man who was kowtowing to him. Benefactor, don't you remember me? The young man who was kneeling on the ground raised his head with tears in his eyes. Mister, have we met before? Yifan asked the young man. It's been 300 years. I've been waiting for Benefactor for 300 years. Today, I've finally met you. The young man said as tears fell like rain. The young man's words made Yifan's face change under the white jade mask. 300 years? Does this person know Eldritch from my previous life? Do you know who I am? Yifan asked the young man who was kneeling in front of him. How could this little fox forget Benefactor's great name? The young man in the green robe wiped his tears and said, Benefactor's surname is Yi. His name is Buffon. His nickname is Eldritch. Sure enough, this person knows me from my previous life. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.